Сейчас нас слышно? Нормально? Прекрасно. Ну что, стартуем?
Да.
Дорогие друзья, разрешите мне открыть этот семинар. Очень интересное событие. Мы сейчас находимся в библиотеке Каспийского университета в очень уютной атмосфере, среди книг, среди множества законсервированных идей, которыми студенты и преподаватели, исследователи пользуются здесь. Это создает такую уютную, приятную атмосферу, как раз направленную на том, чтобы порассуждать о взаимозависимости и о взаимоподдержке между двумя сторонами человеческой деятельности. Это, с одной стороны, наука, а с другой стороны, искусство. Дело в том, что проблемы окружающей среды, которые сейчас остро стоят на нынешнем этапе развития нашей цивилизации, приводит к тому, что недостаточно усилий только каких-то одних сил или, как говорится, одной стороны, в частности, науки или экономики. Обязательно необходимым условием для того, чтобы решить все проблемы, является правильная концептуальная база. Она может быть достигнута только за счет многостороннего сотрудничества со всех сторон деятельности людей. И вот сегодня, 4 ноября, мы подкрываем международный симпозиум, который по-английски звучит как Contemporary Art and Natural Heritage. И надо сказать, что это событие было поддержано Национальной комиссией Республики Казахстан по делам ЮНЕСКО и СЕСКО, а также кластерным бюро ЮНЕСКО в городе Алматы. И организовано общественным объединением «Культурный диалог». И я считаю, что нам нужно уже перейти к представлению наших участников. И надо сказать, что сегодня у нас прямо целое созвездие очень интересных экспертов, личностей. Ну, в частности, с первым докладом у нас выступит Екатерина Резникова, доктор Резникова, которая является научным секретарем Музея искусств в Казахстане. Также выступят такие эксперты, как Клара Рунде и Дарья Миллер из немецкого центра искусств и медиа Германии. Также с докладом выступит профессор университета Сорбонны Ольга Киселева, Жанна Мамбетова, также представитель Сорбонны и директор общественного объединения «Культурный диалог», и Робби Швейгер из музея в Амстердаме в Голландии. Ну а сейчас, прежде чем приступить к нашей повестке, я бы хотел предложить приветственное слово для двух наших высоких гостей. Это прежде всего Алтынжан Кажамуратова, которая является заместителем генерального директора Государственного музея искусств в Республике Казахстан. Пожалуйста, Алтынжан, вам слово.
Спасибо, спасибо. Добрый день, уважаемые.
Микрофон поставьте, пожалуйста, чтобы вас слышно было.
Добрый день. Я представляю Государственный музей искусств имени Абылхана Кастеева. Хотела бы всех поздравить с замечательным событием, которое сегодня открывается. Это осуществление большого, значимого социального проекта «Эден», организованный совместно с общественным фондом «Культурный диалог». Государственный музей искусств имени Абылхана Кастеева всегда поддерживает, помимо проектов, свои основные деятельности и выставочные проекты. Мы также с огромным удовольствием и желанием, стремлением проводим совместный синтез выставки, будь то синтез различных искусств, или же в данном случае для нас очень интересно и необычно синтез науки и искусства. И это огромная социальная проблема экологии, она затрагивает, я думаю, не только население нашей страны, также население всей планеты, так как экологический кризис, он, конечно же, приводит к большим неотвратимым последствиям, которые исправить, устранить хотя бы таким вот участием непосильным, таким участием посильным именно наших коллег, наших партнеров, наших друзей. И подобные проекты, они, я думаю, все-таки будут в какой-то мере эффективны для того, чтобы донести до каждого жителя страны, планеты, для каждого из нас, в будущем для наших детей и внуков, насколько важно беречь, сохранять ту окружающую среду, которая неотъемлемой частью которой являемся мы сами. То есть это умение прислушаться, вслушиваться в живую природу, в данном случае наша интереснейшая выставка, которая сегодня открывается в музее Костеева, она, в общем-то, поможет в какой-то мере научить слышать природу, и появится у многих, возродит вот эту потребность оберегать, сохранять для дальнейших наших потомков. Даже сама тема выставки, я вчера еще раз с удовольствием просмотрела экспозицию после готовности, и вы знаете, действительно, сама идея очень интересна тем, что мы должны научиться считывать пульс всего живого, что вокруг нас, и это нас, наверное, сделает несколько чувствительнее, добрее ко всему живому, что нас окружает, и что каждая частичка Вселенной, она имеет свою продолжительность, свою преемственность, да, и каждое деревце, каждое растение при умелом сохранении, в том числе, конечно, нужно сказать и о селекционерах, которые прекрасные яблоки сумели, алматинские яблоки сумели сохранить до наших потомков и показать, что это не только вкусный продукт, но также вот в этом яблоке сохранился, наверное, все-таки вот тот генетический, патриотический код всей нашей нации и всего человечества, который призывает в этом яблоко, которое воплощает в себе вот эту красоту, что каждый из нас и все живое, что нас окружает, является прекрасным и достойным сохранения и передачи для наших дальнейших, для наших потомков. Я желаю успешной, плодотворной работы на симпозиуме. Я думаю, это общение приведет к определенному продуктивному результату. Благодарю.
Спасибо, Алтынжан, за такие слова. Действительно, нам необходимо скомбинировать усилия и со стороны науки, и со стороны искусства для решения многих, в том числе экологических проблем. Не только экологические, но и другие проблемы могут решаться только во взаимосвязи самых различных сил. В этом плане, конечно, очень интересна сама идея о том, что мы познаем мир не только через научные какие-то методы, но также и путем чувствования, путем восприятия, которое происходит через искусство. Поэтому, конечно же, это очень-очень важно. Ну а сейчас я бы хотел передать слово еще одному нашему высокому гостю. Это Фредерика ван Степхаут, которая является директором Гёте-института в Алматы. Она сейчас находится в режиме онлайн. Надеюсь, что она нас слышит и видит, и я с удовольствием передаю слово для Фредерики. Пожалуйста, вам слово.
Алик.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear and see me. Yeah,
Yes.
perfect. Thank you for this nice introduction, and thank you for having me. Yeah, as said, my name is Friederike von Steppert. I'm director of the Goethe Institute Kazakhstan since April this year, and I'm very, very happy and honored to welcome you to this event via Zoom. Since now 2018, the Goethe Institute and the Prince Claus Fund have been supporting artists and cultural workers whose practice is located at the interface between the arts, ecological change, and the climate crisis. It supports initiatives that stand out in terms of quality and also equality, I guess, and are well networked locally, which shows sustainable alternatives from an artistic perspective and promote the global exchange of new ideas. Since then, 54 extraordinary initiatives have been funded, spread across the globe, and exemplary presented in the digital exhibition Take Me to the River. It's an online platform on which you can encounter 15 interdisciplinary artistic projects from Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, Central and South America, woven together to explore modes of response that are empowered and global, respectful of diverse perspectives. Today, my colleague from the headquarters, Sima Reimisch, and Tessa Giller from the Prince Claus Fund will tell you more about that in detail. 2019, one of the grants was received by Jana Mabetova, our permanent partner since 2016, who asked us to support this symposium. Together with Cultural Dialogue, we have organized a lot of events for cultural managers. For example, 2 big forums on cultural policy and management, roundtable on creative industries in Dushanbe, many workshops for jurors, artists, theater managers, and so on. So I'm very, very happy to see this great event happening today and to welcome you all. Also, I'm very happy that Clara Runge, an expert from Germany, will be part of this conference. Unfortunately, we had some issues with the visa, so she won't be there in person, but I'm convinced that her lecture will be also great via Zoom. So once again, thank you so much to all the organizers of this conference. Thank you for this invitation, and I wish you all a very inspiring and exciting conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frederic, for your talk. And now we are going and give the floor to the first, our reporter. This is Dr. Ekaterina Reznikova. And with my pleasure, I would like to give a floor to her for her talk, Comprehension of Natural Heritage in Contemporary Art of Kazakhstan. Пожалуйста.
Спасибо. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends. I'm happy to participate in this wonderful event. And so I prefer to represent my speech, my report in Russian, but I know that you have a chance to listen to translator. Очень рада всех приветствовать. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Считаю, что это мероприятие, полностью поддерживаю, что мероприятие это является крайне важным для сохранения культурного наследия. И очень важно и интересно, что в современном мире немалую роль в сохранении культурного наследия имеет и культура, большое влияние. И как раз я хотела бы представить свою презентацию. Тема моей презентации, будьте добры, выведите ее на экран, звучит как «Осмысление природного наследия в современном искусстве Казахстана». Я хотела бы сделать обзор произведений, которые как раз и обращены к тематике осмысления и сохранения природного наследия в современном искусстве Казахстана. Итак, современный глобальный мир ставит перед человечеством множество актуальных и насущных проблем, основной из которых является сохранение природного наследия. Ухудшение экологической ситуации, глобальное потепление, стремительное снижение уровня и качества природных ресурсов вызывают беспокойство как у специалистов, так и у широкой мировой общественности. Не обходят эту проблему вниманием и современные художники, демонстрируя безграничную вариативность средств и методов, инструментария и приемов, стилистики художественного языка в осмыслении природного наследия. Анимизм природных объектов, использование нехудожественных или отработанных предметов в качестве художественных материалов, обращение к архаическому культу обожествления природных сил и экологические проблемы современности становятся характерными трендами современного арт-процесса. На протяжении истории становления и развития искусства Казахстана природа становится не просто фоном или местом действия развития сюжетов художественных произведений, а нередко и главным действующим лицом. Горы и степи предстают в бесконечном разнообразии пейзажных композиций, являясь сценой развертывания действия в жанровых картинах. Образ природы предстает в самоценной полноте и самодостаточности в пейзажах казахстанских мастеров, большинство из которых опираются на натурный подход и реалистический принцип в изображении природного наследия. Одним из первых новаторов, кто сумел выработать собственный узнаваемый язык, найти оригинальный стиль в пейзажном жанре, стал народный художник Казахстана Жанатай Шарденов. Его творческая деятельность реализовывалась в период с 1960-х по 90-е годы. Характерная узнаваемая манера его живописи стала фирменной, отличительной визитной карточкой художника. Сложные цветовые замесы в подвижной, плотной, пастозной живописной массе отличают картины художника. Большинство его работ имеет средний формат. Дело в том, что свои работы он чаще всего писал на пленэре и всегда стремился передать изменчивую подвижность, особые состояния света, плотности воздуха, происходящие в ландшафте перемены. Слайд. Многие композиции балансируют на переходном состоянии между абстракцией и фигуративностью, при всей условности изображения удивительным образом передавая портрет места. По сути, опираясь на натурный подход, художник становится новатором в художественной передаче природы через переосмысление живописно-пластического языка живописи, изменение ее выразительных приемов. Сегодня Жанатай Шарденов является классиком казахстанской живописи, но не случайно при выборе имен в нашем обзоре сегодняшнем я хотела именно стартовать с него, как одного из новаторов, который стал применять инновационные приемы в живописи. Слайд. В середине 80-х годов возникает поколение художников новой волны, где ярко обозначает свой стиль Бахыт Бапишев, быстро став популярным не только в Казахстане, но и за его пределами. Мы знаем, что часть своей творческой деятельности он жил одновременно в Алмате и в Париже, реализовывал свою деятельность. Обожествление природных объектов, их трансформации и перевоплощения обозначает мифологизирующее направление в искусстве Казахстана, к которому и относят Бахыта Бапишева. Главным объектом его картин Бапишев избирает камни. Слайд, пожалуйста. Именно камни становятся, по определению искусствоведов, в картинах Бапишева живее, чем люди. Очеловечивая камни, художник раскрывает идею божественной сути, которая присутствует в природе. Это способствует как раз Этому способствует язык пантеизма и анимизма, к которым прибегает Бапишев. Изменчивость и многоликость мира в его горах, холмах, камнях предстает в вечной безвременности и постоянстве. Именно Бапишев одним из первых стал для начала 90-х годов осваивать язык инсталляции. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Так, например, эта работа находится в коллекции, как и показано и ранее, в коллекции Государственного музея искусства имени Абылхана Костеева. Работа называется «Четыре пророка». Картина названа так потому, что композиция включала изображение 3 каменных изваяний с пристально глядящими на зрителя глазами, в то время как 4-й располагался перед холстом в виде объекта, смотрящего камня свидетеля вечности. Другими художниками, обратившимися к камню как главной составляющей своих работ, становятся Елена и Виктор Воробьевы. В течение почти 2 десятилетий, с начала 90-х годов и первое десятилетие 2000-х, они создают масштабную серию, получившую общее единое название «Окаменелости». Найденные в горах валуны уподобляются бытовым предметам – телефону, утюгу, чайнику. Авторы тщетно пытаются замаскировать природное происхождение объекта. Следующий слайд. Именно материальная основа камня выявляется с подчеркнутой очевидностью, становясь главным событием этих работ. Хочу привести цитату соавтора работы Елены Воробьевой. «Все становится мусором, подлежит утилизации, превращается в ничто, и лишь у камня есть шанс задержаться в этом мире на пару миллионов лет». Слайд. Природный объект, извините, верните, ошиблась. Природный объект по воле художника превращается в предмет искусства. Серия окаменелости – это миф о великом настоящем. Экспозиция музея будущего, где окаменевшие экспонаты – свидетели нашей с вами современности. Другой художник, Ербосен Мельдебеков, создает свою серию горных вершин очень неожиданным способом. Готовые эмалированные изделия фабричного производства, тазы, раковины, ванны, поддоны, кастрюли он приводит к финальному воплощению при помощи кувалды. Следующий слайд, покажите, пожалуйста, как это происходит. Искореженный металл с утраченными фрагментами эмали уподобляется снежным горным вершинам и пикам. Мы редко задумываемся, что вообще-то эти природные монументы тоже подвержены разрушительному действию стихий. Художник уподобляется этим стихиям, действуя с ними заодно. Он деформирует, по существу портит те самые кастрюли и умывальники, превращая стандартные ready-made объекты в универсальные и уникальные произведения искусства, которым присущи одновременно пародия и ирония. Верните на слайд назад, пожалуйста. Не случайно во время выставки «Вечное возвращение», выставки Ербосена Мельдебекова в 2015 году в Государственном музее искусств имени Абылхана Костеева, данная серия произведений экспонировалась на фоне произведений Шарденова, которого мы видели в начале презентации. Этот ассоциативный ряд объектов и живописи выстраивался в единое гармоничное созвучие. Другой художник, Алмагуль Менлибаева, очень востребована за рубежом, живет и работает в Берлине и в Алмате. Известный мастер современного искусства, она весьма востребована за рубежом. Главным объектом ее исследования и творческого осмысления становится степь, которая постоянно фигурирует в ее видеоартах и перформансах. В представленной работе под названием «Мадонна великих степей» степь персонифицируется в образе женщины, порожденной природой и одновременно воплощающей ее. Наша главная героиня наделена энергией созидания и защиты. Она воплощает дух древних аруахов и наделена силой тотемных животных. Женщина воплощает богиню Умай, божество земли, женское начало в тенгрианстве. Это духовная основа кочевой культуры. Именно от ее союза с богом неба Тенгри возникает все сущее. Другой художник, вернее, это даже не художник, а целая группа современных художников, которая обращается к древней архаической традиции. Группа эта под названием «Кызыл-трактор» возникает в 1995 году в Чимкенте. Слайд, пожалуйста. В качестве главного символа они избирают красный трактор, один из знаков пространства их родного города. Впоследствии члены группы обратились к индивидуальным художественным практикам. Но по сути, слайд, в основе их художественных концепций лежит обращение, слайд, пожалуйста, обращение к доисламскому прошлому Казахстана. Они обращаются к древним ритуалам, шаманским камланиям, суфийским обрядам. Ключевыми образами становятся кочующий дервиш, чье существование направлено на поиски истины и гармонии, либо же камлающий шаман, своими медитативными действиями призванный исцелять и объединять реальное и ирреальное, прошлое, настоящее и будущее. Вот как раз на нижнем слайде представлен Молдокул Нарымбетов, который был не только ярким представителем, но и, по сути, одним из основателей группы «Кызыл-трактор», у которого традиционная живопись органично соединяется с экспериментальными перформансами, арт-объектами и инсталляциями. Художник, слайд, пожалуйста, обращается к теме сохранения природного наследия, что, например, проявляется в трагедии Аральского моря, и эта тема обыгрывается в представленной вашему вниманию живописной работе из фондов Музея искусств имени Костеева. Трагедия Аральского моря, потеря важнейшего казахстанского природного ресурса, который был утрачен менее чем за 2 десятилетия, стал следствием халатного отношения к природе. И, конечно, не случайно художники обращаются к этой трагедии, и Молдокул Нарымбетов не стал исключением. Но все же мы больше знаем его не как мастера живописи, а именно как мастера инновационных методов. И покажите, пожалуйста, следующий слайд. Именно Молдокул Нарымбетов стал первым и, по сути, единственным художником в Казахстане, кто стал использовать отработанные автопокрышки в качестве художественного материала для создания своих скульптур, монументальных как по замыслу, так и по размеру. Выкроенные совершенно непостижимым образом, обработанные паяльной лампой, закрепленные на деревянные и металлические каркасы протекторы шин преобразуются в оригинальные выразительные скульптурные композиции объекты. Так, Жук-Скоробей неустанно продолжает катить свой шар в вечность. Следующий слайд представляет нам застывших в полете всадников, которые увлечены и вовлечены в процесс игры в кок-пар. И удивительно, что вообще-то использование этого материала не только отсылает к экологической направленности этих объектов, но и этих проектов в целом. Покрышка, колесо, автомобиль и шире любой механизм является неотъемлемой, всепроникающей частью техногенного мира. Именно технический процесс изменил, а быть может изуродовал климат на планете Земля. Кроме того, в контексте сегодняшнего статуса Казахстана как нефтяной державы, данный синтетический полимерный материал может рассматриваться в качестве вполне конкретного символа современности, отсылающего именно к нашему региону. Другой художник, который обращается к совершенно нехудожественным материалам в таком прямом понимании и чьи проекты имеют прямую экологическую направленность, это Сауле Сулейменова. Покажите, пожалуйста, ее работы. Ее проект, который стартовал в 2014 году, продолжается и сегодня, и получил он название «Целлофановая живопись». Работы серии «Целлофановая живопись» представляют собой картины из пластиковых цветных пакетов, где художник не использует никакие другие художественные материалы. Здесь нет ни красок, ни каких-то особых специальных художественных материалов, только пластик, пластиковая полимерная основа и клеящее вещество, которое позволяет сцеплять эти два материала, основу и сам материал, который является своего рода живописной имитацией. Отсюда и название «живопись» в проекте «Целлофановая живопись». Вам представлен вид экспозиции персональной выставки Сауле Сулейменовой, где вот этим неотъемлемым элементом экспозиции являются вот эти горы, бесконечные горы пластика, которые в невероятных масштабах производит человечество и не успевает перерабатывать. Эти пластиковые материалы включают в себя очень богатую палитру цветов и текстур, что и использует художница в своих произведениях. Покажем следующие два слайда. Вот как раз пример цветущей степи весенней и фактически вот такие пейзажные композиции иллюстрируют самые разнообразные времена года. Вот весна, следующий слайд показывает нам зиму. Хотелось бы привести цитату художницы. «Я выбираю и вырезаю из тысяч пластиковых пакетов то, что подходит по цвету и смыслу. Выбираю из своих впечатлений и ощущений то, что мне кажется наиболее точно отражает, что происходит сейчас». Следующий слайд. «Пластик остается в земле десятки лет и почти не растворяется. Это тысячи тонн нерастворенного мусора, которые лежат на огромной территории казахской степи. Замечательно и неудивительно, что художник пришла к тому, чтобы перерабатывать этот материал. Вы можете видеть, что не случайно часть текстовых включений, которые используются в виде рекламных или информационных включений в поверхности пакетов, тоже становятся частью композиции, которую создает художник. Следующий слайд. Очень символично, что бесконечный образ вечной степи дополняется буквами, которые возникают на горизонте, forever, навсегда. То есть, в общем, как раз, по сути, призыв человечеству современному. Мы вправе выбрать и решить, способны мы навсегда сохранить этот уникальный природный ресурс или нет. Следующий мастер, Сакен Нарынов, работает как раз покажите, пожалуйста, на совмещении, на грани совмещения науки и искусства. Вот как раз Art and Science, один из основных девизов или принципов и названия исследовательского института, который устремляет свою деятельность, тоже фокусируется именно на осуществлении этой деятельности, на грани совмещения науки и искусства. Художник и архитектор, он создает произведения, которые являются эстетическими объектами и сложными техническими изобретениями. Покажите, пожалуйста, следующий слайд. Перед нами вид экспозиции, где представлены работы Сакена Нарынова в Национальном музее Республики Казахстан в городе Нур-Султан. Произведения его являются визуальными воплощениями как бесконечно малых, так и безгранично больших форм, например, таких как молекула или галактика. Объекты природного наследия нередко становятся центральным смысловым элементом его композиции. Слайд. Так, в 2018 году Сакен стал участником конкурса «Код науки и искусства», который проводил фармацевтический завод «Санта», крупный производитель лекарственной продукции, а организатором проекта как раз выступил общественный фонд Culture Dialogue. Основной работы Сакена Нарынова становится образ растения в изобилии, произрастающего в Южном Казахстане. Это разновидность полыни, вы видите фотоизображение этого растения, из которой извлекается вещество сантанин, отсюда и название фармацевтического завода «Санто». Формула сантанина представлена на этом же слайде. И удивительно, что художник пришел к идее объединения как самого образа растения, так и кристаллической решетки химического элемента, который и является частью этого растения. Посмотрите, как визуально воплотилось это на примере его художественной идеи. Покажите, пожалуйста. Итак, характерной особенностью этого произведения стало соединение конкретного образа и умозрительного абстрактного воплощения. Этот же принцип ложится в основу другого произведения, которое пока существует лишь в форме или в качестве идеи, но художник намерен в ближайшее время воплотить это произведение в жизнь. Называется оно «Древо жизни». Покажите, пожалуйста. Проект пока, да, живая ель произрастает в окружении кристаллической решетки, выражающей формулу целлюлозы. Интересно, что живой объект в композиции в процессе своей биологической жизни и роста подвергается трансформации. То есть, по сути, это такое произведение в развитии, в действии, как живой объект. Важным идейным и смысловым акцентом, поясняющим название этой работы, является текст Гёте, который приводится в виде цитаты на постаменте этого произведения. Покажите следующий слайд. «Суха теория, мой друг, а древо жизни вечно зеленеет». И, конечно, мне кажется, что это очень глубокая, интересная идея воплощения подобных объектов, и лично мне очень хотелось бы, чтобы Сакену Нарынову удалось воплотить это произведение в жизнь. А мы обратимся к следующему художнику, точнее, у этого произведения, которое сегодня вы можете увидеть в музее воочию, оно экспонируется непосредственно у нас в фойе. У этого произведения два автора, Нурлан Абишев и Нурлан Адельхан. Произведение это получило название «Евразия», и я решила включить его в данную презентацию, поскольку и сам образ коня является частью природного наследия, и материал, из которого создается эта скульптурная композиция, это осыки, задний коленный сустав барана. Это тоже природный материал, который неизменно связан с традиционной кочевой культурой. Итак, скульптурное изображение коня в натуральную величину, по сути, больше не имеет аналогов в мире. Именно потому, что используется очень необычный, непривычный материал. Материалом же для композиции стали 8000 осыков. Осыки эти собирались по всему Евразийскому региону, отсюда и название произведения, отсылка к названию «Евразия». И правая сторона скульптуры собрана из осыков левого колена, в то время как левая из правых осыков, что позволяет достичь гармонии в произведении и его отношении к окружающему миру. При соединении элементов композиции выбрана позиция алши. Это вот как раз специальное особое расположение этого сустава, этой косточки небольшой, которая символизирует благополучие и удачу. Использование природного материала в изображении представителя фауны также является, на мой взгляд, примером осмысления природного наследия в современном арт-процессе. Все чаще в современном искусстве произведения выходят в public space, становясь частью городского пространства. Художники визуализируют свою идею, используя язык графики и муралов, гигантских монументальных настенных росписей. Покажите, пожалуйста. Одним из ярких мастеров сегодня, кто создает очень остроумные и выразительные муралы с остросоциальным подтекстом, является Паша Кас. В 2016 году в городе Тимиртау он создает монументальную композицию под названием «Пляшем», которую он размещает на боковом фасаде жилого дома небольшого промышленного городка. Сюжет представляет собой видоизмененную реплику танца Андре Матисса, где хоровод у Паши Каса, хоровод белых воротничков, так называемых офисных служащих, устремляется в круговое движение вокруг нефтяной трубы. Век спустя, после рождения произведения великого фависта Андре Матисса, сегодня находится художник, который наблюдает за хороводом современных мегаполисов сквозь призму новой реальности. Главным становится не только и не столько сам сюжет, сколько выбор его местоположения, потому что произведение, представленное здесь, напрямую соотносится и созвучно реальному пейзажу, наполненному дымящимися трубами. Это реальный город с живущими в нем людьми, где металлургические заводы в прямом смысле слова вытравливают все живое. Так экологическая проба земли в Тимиртау на 5 детских площадках установила превышение свинца в 5 раз выше допустимой нормы. И, конечно, инструментарий современного искусства стремится фокусировать внимание на экологической ситуации конкретного региона в Казахстане. Ну и, наконец, в завершение я хотела бы представить еще один мурал, посвященный охране природного наследия, который создан в Алматы европейскими мастерами. Это мастера номер 1 в Голландии, творческий дуэт, который называется Тельма Майель, и он состоит из 2 художников, Тельма Пипера и Майеля Круце. Впервые приехав в Казахстан, Тельма Майель обратился к теме сохранения природного наследия через образ защитника природы. Центром композиции на фасаде жилого дома в Алматы на пересечении Жарокова-Утепова является человек средних лет азиатской внешности. Но это своего рода собирательный образ защитника природы, в руках которого мы видим детеныша сайгака. По сути же прототипом стал егерь Герлан Нургалиев, который в 2019 году погиб от выстрелов браконьеров в тот момент, когда он защищал сайгака. Это событие вызвало широкий общественный резонанс, и человек, который ценой своей жизни защищал природу, был признан подлинным героем. Тельма Пипер, создавая свой образ, наделил нашего главного героя 4 руками, усиливая идею хрупкого и уязвимого мира животных, и произведение это было создано в рамках фестиваля Мурал Фест. Подводя итог, мне хотелось бы подчеркнуть, что мы, жители эпохи антропоцентризма, когда любая антропогенная деятельность ведет к неизбежному изменению климата и геологии планеты. Жизнь современного мегаполиса обостряет проблему взаимосвязи человека и природы, вследствие чего многие художественные произведения сегодня обретают прямую экологическую направленность. Сегодня невозможно отделить природу от экономики, и художники призывают задуматься об этой проблеме, показывая, каким может и должен быть мир. Современное искусство обладает инструментарием для осмысления проблемы сохранения природных ресурсов, что я попыталась наглядно продемонстрировать на рассмотренных примерах. Благодарю вас за внимание. Спасибо большое. Если у кого-то из участников есть вопросы, пожалуйста, задавайте, я попытаюсь на них ответить.
Спасибо большое, Екатерина, за прекрасный доклад. Очень, очень впечатляет гениальное творчество наших художников, и не только наших, в том числе зарубежных. Я как раз живу вот на улице Жарокова и очень часто проезжаю около этого мурала. И меня всегда восхищает грандиозность этой картины и грандиозность тех идей, которые там заложены. И, в общем-то, у жителей Алматы, по крайней мере, сомнений нет. Я вот с очень многими разговаривал, все говорят, да, это тот самый инспектор, который, к сожалению, погиб, защищая родную природу. И, конечно же, вот такой мурал, который стоит практически в центре города Алматы, он привлекает внимание и прохожих, и жителей Алматы. к идеям сохранения природы, сохранения животного мира. Поэтому, конечно, хотелось бы, чтобы вот эта традиция по разработке муралов в Алматы, по крайней мере, чтобы она была продолжена. Это очень было бы здорово, и мне кажется, это имеет большую-большую социальную роль. Ну, если вопросов к докладчику нет, то я думаю, что мы тогда перейдем к следующему нашему докладу. Следующий докладчик у нас Жанна Мамбетова, которая является не только директором общественного фонда «Культурный диалог», но также и представителем университета Сорбонны. Темой ее доклада является проект «Алма» в Казахстане. Пожалуйста.
Спасибо большое, Роман Васильевич.
Мне кажется,
У нас есть еще одно место, может быть, вам удобно будет здесь. Ничего не нужно. Прошу прощения, небольшие технические неудобства. Я, наверное, перейду уже на английский язык. Изначально мы планировали, что данный симпозиум и рабочий язык этого мероприятия будет английский. Я хотела поблагодарить Жанар за перевод и перейти уже к своей презентации. Good morning, dear colleagues. I hope my piece of contribution to the discussion of contemporary art and natural heritage will bring a certain piece, and I will be reading so I don't miss anything. Today we are facing serious environmental challenges and increasing impact of the changing climate. Especially due to its complexity, the environmental challenges lead to the need of interdisciplinary and creative response using artistic approaches. And art and science is a new emerged sphere in humanities, and it serves as a crossroad between scientists, artists, philosophers, where artists serve as a science translators for the public. And it places scientific knowledge in dialogue with the key concerns in humanity today. The project that I would like to present, and that is under my research, is Apple, that stands for Alma, will focus on endangered wild apple trees, SIEVERS apple tree. So first of all, what is Можно следующий слайд? И следующий. So what is the SIEVERS apple trees and why we can only find it in Kazakhstan today? In general, Kazakhstan has a valuable gene pool of fruits, berries, grapes, and other wild fruit crops. On its territory, there is a variety of natural zones with the richest flora. Thousands of varieties and hybrid of fruits, berries, and grapes are collected in botanical gardens and wildlife preserves. The flora is also unique in the foothill of mountain regions, where more than 300 valuable wild-growing fruits and berry plants grow. It's apples, pears, apricots, honeysuckle, raspberry, and currant. For many of them, Kazakhstan is considered the center of genetic origin. Despite the serious efforts of the world community today to preserve the plant resources of our planet, this problem continues to be very acute. According to the experts, by the middle of the 21st century, if more effective measures will not be taken, the share of lost plant species on Earth may reach 60%, and at the moment, I believe it's more than 30% of loss. Given that all plant species are unique and priceless, their disappearance not only deprives future generations of people of their rights to live in the same biodiversity as previous ones, but it also leads to catastrophic consequences on Earth. Therefore, the conservation of biodiversity of our planet is currently the most important problem. Wild plants are of particular interest that are relatives of cultivated plants and belong to the group of agrobiodiversity. They contain a valuable gene pool, important for food security, nationally and internationally. In modern Kazakhstan, the most significant representatives of this group are wild fruit species. The SIEVERS apple tree, which form the wild fruit forests in the south and southeast of the country, in Zhungar and Zailiyski Alatau. Archaeologists say they existed 165 million years ago in the Cretaceous. It has been, я думаю, можно следующий слайд. It has been scientifically proven that the Alatau foothill are the historical homeland of apples and tulips. It was from here that these modest but very important for the whole world plants gradually settled in all countries. And now Kazakhstan is the keeper of the ancestors of all apple trees on the earth, the SIEVERS apple trees. It was the apple SIEVERS trees, no, it was the Kazakhstan who gave the world one of the most used fruits of our time. The apples, we know, are genetic varieties of the fruits of our apple tree species. Along the ancient routes of the Silk Road, from the foothill of Zailiyski Alatau, it got to the Mediterranean and then spread all over the world. And as the symbol of long history of the popular fruit, one of the most beautiful cities in this country is called Almaty. This SIEVERS apples, as an ancestor of domesticated apples, got its name after the botanist of, можно следующий слайд? Botanist of German origin, Johann August Karl Sievers, who first described it during his exhibition to Siberia and Central Asia in 1792. Today, genetic studies have confirmed that the SIEVERS apple trees is the wild predecessor for most of the cultivated apple varieties in the world. SIEVERS apples grow on the scope of the altitude of 1,500 to 3,000 meters above sea level with deep roots, drought and frost resistant, with an extraordinary lifespan up to 150 years. The SIEVERS apple trees are most widespread, not only mainly in Kazakhstan, but you can find it also in Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and also in China. In 1929, the outstanding scientist Vavilov examined the mountains of our Alatau and called the Kazakh part of Tian Shan as the center of origin of the cultured apples. But for a long time, this question was under question. And despite the fact that SIEVERS apple trees are originally well adapted to extreme climate conditions, there are risks and threats for these apples nowadays. And unfortunately, the risks have been increasing in recent years. And this is due to climate change. First of all, there will be steady warming and risk in coming years, and this will preliminarily impact on relict plants, including the SIEVERS apple trees. Another reason is the reduction of habitat of the SIEVERS apple trees. We already can see it now. This is due exclusively to climate change and to anthropocene factors. An increase of the cyclicity of years with the absence of fruiting, no fruits, and is also the reason of this. And of course, the risks cause the emergence of new diseases and pests. And over the last 30 years, these trees are highly threatened, and the loss of this species very acute. It's reduced due to deforestation because of the expansion of agricultural land, construction, genetic erosion due to cross-pollination with other cultivated species, hybridization for commercial varieties. Можно следующий слайд? И следующий. И следующий. And now I would like to turn to ALMA project. ALMA stands for Apple. That is carried out here in Kazakhstan within the international project EDEN that was initiated by Olga Kiseleva, the artist and the professor of Sorbonne. And this project is aimed to exchange of ideas on protection of the SIEVERS apple trees. The project will end up here in Kazakhstan by the exhibition that we're gonna open today and in the Fine Art Museum of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And the exhibition contains video artworks that resembles plant communication, interactive installation, and photographs representing different, around 10 cases of EDEN project worldwide. And this new bio-art production will contains transformative concept and innovative solution how to save endangered apple trees through artistic biotechnology by bringing extinct species back to life. The current emphasis on today's art project is not the tree itself as an object, but the discussion of social reaction around it. And it will influence on the change in thinking about the natural environment and work on the creation of new innovative model of life on collective conscious in relation to nature, which is expressed in the awareness of the shared responsibility for the environment. So the ALMA project contained 4 major stages. And the first one was the research part that was carried out in July this year. Then we had production phase after the data was collected. Meanwhile, we have carried out the conference, the international conference. And now we are at the end of this project with the exhibition and this symposium. So if вы можете перейти к слайду 24? Нет, so these are the pictures of on-site research exhibition in the national park, Zhangara-Latau. And some part of the data collection was carried out in the pomology garden of the Research Institute of Fruit and Vegetables here in Almaty. So you can see on this picture the group of people, scientists, journalists, bloggers, eco-activists who spent a week in the mountains. And there are 2 researchers from ALMA project, Olga Kiseleva and Pitwa, who collected the data from the SIEVERS apple trees. So I think you can go further. Now, можно дать следующий слайд? So you see it's real forests, not the orchards. In one of the national park reserves. So, можно пока оставить это? I will continue. So the collected data was processed in Art and Science International Institute Laboratory in France, and the artwork was created by Olga Kiseleva, and the expedition provided a vital platform for collaborative practices, encouraging other projects and discussions, conversations between the participants and the communities involved. The next stage, as I said, the last one, the exhibition that contains, today you will see video artworks, plans, communication, interactive, and around 18 photographs representing different cases from the project Eden all over the globe. The artworks will generate further consultations between scientists, artists, and policymakers intended to open up policy dialogue on wild apple trees protection. As a part of the International Art and Research Project, the team is aimed to preserve the natural heritage of SIEVERS apples. And today, the discussion that is gonna be today, the symposium, Contemporary Art and Natural Heritage, implementing the protection of SIEVERS apple trees through artistic action, is organized for this purpose, the exchange of ideas and between professional artists, scientists, curators, and eco-activists. Now it's turned to the very, I think, interesting part of the Eden project. It is the performance that has been shot here in Almaty. And before I present the content of the Alma performance, I would like to say a few words about the background, why we have chosen the content and the elements of that performance. As you know, Kazakhs are nomads by nature, and nomads have a deep and strong attitude to nature. And of course, had a subtle knowledge of animal behavior, revelation of the unity of organic life and brotherhood in death, mystical solidarity between man and animal, and nature in general, according to Mircea Eliade studies. The shaman speaks, shamans that represents the nomad culture speaks the language of animals and birds, and he learns the secret of nature, acquires prophetic abilities. In other words, a person can enter into communion with the animals, vegetables, and only by returning to himself and the state of Adam in Eden. A person before fall of man, who knew the names of all essences. Mastering the language of animals, birds, imitating them, person enters into a dialogue not just with speaking living being, but equal to him in origin, and also with the highest reality. The harvesting, harvesting was preceded by rituals. The meaning of these rituals was to remove sins from a man, to make him clean in order to start the life all over again. So time cycle had a sacred meaning, presupposed a new birth of renewal, which starts all over again from scratch. In ancient times, people obeyed the laws of cyclic development. And when historicism didn't exist, and when a linear process overlapped cyclic actions. So in other words, nomads canceled time by imitating certain paradigmatic actions. This binds history to the principle when there is an opportunity to make corrections and return a man to a new beginning of the history. Eternal return to the beginning of the creation of the world. And intuitive consent with nature gave rise to sacred exercises, rituals, spells, and ceremonies. And we as a civilization have undergone rationalization through centuries. And today, the most pragmatic civilization that ever existed indicates only how limited and alienated we are from ourselves, how complacent and weak we are despite of all the achievements of the civilization. The power of nature leads to its destruction, and such attitude is devoid of sense. In our time of ecological catastrophe, these ancient rituals return us to a state of integrity, feeling like a part of nature. And only engagement, contact, and life on equal terms will determine our future. Claude Lévi-Strauss and Mircea Eliade studied the phenomenon of communication with nature. Mircea Eliade considered shamanism as a tool for breaking through the boundaries between worlds, as a way of returning a personality to sacred times in ille tempore. In ille tempore is Latin for the in that time, the term used by Mircea Eliade to describe the time before recorded history. In the archaic society, all objects, phenomena, and deeds had a sacred meaning when tied to a certain transcendental archetype in mythological time and space. Modern philosophy turns to the origins of unconscious mind, to the immediate part of ourselves which keeps the memory of spirits and sacrifice, when nature, that not yet fenced by technology and society, was a part of the person's life. And his life and death depended on the favor of the nature. Will it rain in time? Will the hunt will be success? Whether there will be an epidemic? So it was time when nature had a much stronger power and man stood humble towards nature. Ontologically, shamans abolished temporal time or revived a new time, and thus they may devaluate time as such. А можно картинку? 15. So I was saying here about ontological shamans abolished temporal time or revived a new time when thus, and so they devalued the time as such. People live their lives in a permanent present. In this content, they did not return to the past as the modern man does. The perception of time is also dual, cyclic, and at the same time linear. Real time is superimposed on mythological. Today, trapped in cities during all these restrictions, we are more remote from nature than ever. Many have never been in the wild forests, haven't seen rivers flowing, have never picked wild berries and wild apples, have not stroked sheep, and have not even dug in the gardens. Contemporary philosopher Zygmunt Bauman states that people should, for the sake of their salvation, as far as possible, comprehend the possible directions of further development of civilization. There is only one thing humanity can save. It must stop eating the planet. So this is about the background of Alma performance. And the Alma performance became the first artistic act of the international project event in Kazakhstan. So here we already went through some of the pictures resembling the performance, and the video it will be available today at the exhibition. You can see that. The main goal of this musical creative performance was to demonstrate the sacred meaning of the apple for Almaty, for Kazakhstan, and for the planet. We made this performance on September 24th, 2020. There was still strict restrictions during the pandemic, and it was the day of the last apple harvest. The performance was held in Pomological Garden, that is a scientific center of the Research Institute of Fruit and Vegetables. In this performance, you could see the participation of Research Institute staff and eco-activists and specialists in Tengrianism. The performance explores the concept of ancient knowledge as a variant of alternative mind. As nomads do, gardeners thank the heaven for rich harvest. The collected apples are used to create the main Tengrian sign. Можете 11 slide? Oh, you can see here. The Tengrian sign, equilateral cross. The symbol of the nomadic Turks is a solar sign and eternal sky. The performance was accompanied by sound composition performed by kobыз. Kobыз is a sacred Kazakh music instrument. Это 14 slide. It was performed by Saltanat Tashimova. Oh, sorry, the performance was done by Saltanat Tashimova. She's an eco-activist and city shaman. Это 15 slide, вернемся. And it's just обратно. And music name Shugla, that is a shine, is composed by Guljan Amanjol. We were very lucky that Iskander Narmbetov is an operator of the video. He was with us, and he was one of the leading film operators in Central Asia. And for instance, in the year of 2020, he was awarded the best operator at Torino Film Festival. The producer of this film, of this performance, is Ajar Jandosova. She's the head of the public fund Almalı Zhumak. Almalı Zhumak stands for Garden of Eden in English, and her activity is also concentrated on silver apple trees through art interventions. And besides, I forgot to say that the name Alma stands for apple, and at the same time, it's amograph. Alma stands for "don't take it" in Kazakh, and I believe it's very symbolic for our Eden project. So I think I'm running out of time, and I'd like to say a few words about, not a few words, but I'd like to focus on the elements of this performance. Kobız and shaman. The world was created from sound, and our ancestors believed in it. In not only the Kazakhs, but some other Oriental cultures. We usually say that in order to understand Tengri is the god of sky, one must first listen the performance by Kobız. And it is, Kobız is always longing for the eternal, for the absolute. And at the end will turn up to consolidation and sadness. And it's based on ethnic ancient world music performance rooted with the folk tradition to worship the tree, first of all, when shamans appealed to the spirit of totem tree to save the tribe, to heal a child. And taking the ritual as a starting point, the artist offers teaching inspired by archaic plant to unveil timeless spirituality. The Kazakh nomadic ancestors who lived in harmony with nature used wind and string instruments made of natural materials like leather, wood, bones, horns. Folk instruments have unique, rich sounds imitating nature, the howl of the wolf, rat-a-tat. The folk music of the steppe is always a symbolic interaction between human and the environment. The musician directed his performance towards nature rather than to the audience. So audience engagement is the highly codified performance. So Kobız is listened not only by people, it's not performed for people, it's performed for plants, animals, water, wind, clouds, rocks, and Kobız speaks to the world about the divine, eternal beginning. It's not impossible to listen to the music of Kobız every day, just like that, because it's very sacred. It's sounded in traditional society only by special occasions, and traditional music hides itself the spiritual power that is really unknown to us still. It's about Kobız and the equatorial cross that we made of apples in the performance from the collected apples. As I said, it's a main Tengrian sign, the symbol of nomadic Turks in the solar and the eternal sky. This is a symbolic element which we use as a visual basis for the performance, and it's easily readable, and it's also can be noted in other cultures. For example, if you take the Basque culture, I mean Basques living in Europe, they have eventually the same sign. The four corners of the world symbolize the square earth, our world in which there is nowhere salvation from death. This symbolism is universal. The cross is formed by four graves, the symbol of alienation of being from the origin. Four graves is four points, the cross, which had a sacred meaning long before Christianity. Here in the Eurasian steppes, the cross on the physical level means death, and the death inevitability. But on the spiritual level, the cross symbolizes victory over death, rebirth, self-sacrifice. You will see the performance of the eagle, of course, the tree, the Kazakh tree stands Terek, very close to the Russian, to the English tree, the word tree. The word, it symbolizes the world tree, the center of the world. Shaman uses the mother's milk. She takes a wooden bowl with the milk and pours milk in four parts of the world. Mother's milk is a symbol also of heavenly female principle. It evokes an association with the heavenly patroness of fertility and children. Her name is Umay. So these ancient elements are just a few examples of the rich folklore tradition. But in these stories, the folk tradition about the origin of natural phenomena, and there is a timelessness, roots of our ancient earth and in the eternal sky. I think I'm running out of time, and если мы еще раз пройдемся по всем слайдам, так потихоньку, да. So that's all about the project ALMA, and the project was supported by international foundations in the field of culture as Prince Claus Foundation from Netherlands, Goethe Institute Germany, and the project is supported by UNESCO Cluster Bureau and the National Committee on UNESCO. We have the good partners as the National Committee on Man and Biodiversity that is represented by Mr. Yashenka, and we found good understanding with the Alma Lejemak Foundation and the activist Aja Jandosova. And besides, we had the very strong, I believe, relationship and cooperation with the Research Institute on fruits and vegetables. The Caspian University and its International Foundation on Protection of Apple SIEVERS trees is also of great help. And thanks to Caspian University today, we are in the library of this university, and they host our international conference that was a month ago. And would like to also thank Olga Kiseleva and her scientific supervision on this project and her input into this project. So I think I finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Жанна, for your interesting report and presentation. And also I'm impressed very much, especially about the symbol of cross, because other meaning of the cross also, this is unity of the universe. It means west, east, north, and south also. So, and this is also theme of our talks, because now we are talking not about arts, but also about relationship between man and universe. and biosphere as and one element of the universe.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting and very emotional. But now I would like to give a floor to our next speaker. This is Robbie Schweger, a curator at Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam. And so please, floor is yours.
Спасибо за приглашение.
По-русски.
Понимаю. И организацию этого симпозиума. Я очень счастлив быть здесь. Я также продолжу на английском. Мне намного проще. Да. Good afternoon. My name is Robbie Schweger and I work as a part-time researcher at the Stedelijk Museum Amsterdam. I'm an art historian and slavist, and I combine these fields at the Stedelijk, but also in my freelance practice, which is curatorial and research. At the Stedelijk, one of my occupations since the last year and a half has been the intake of a comprehensive donation of artworks by 13 artists from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan. And the oldest work is from 1974 and the youngest from last year. So it comprises Soviet non-conformist and contemporary art from the independent states. A selection of these works will be on view at the Stedelijk in 2022. There will also be works by Yelena and Viktor Vorobyov, Yerbosin Melibekov and Almagul Melibaeva, artists Yekaterina just talked about. And I will also have a studio visit with Saule Suleimanova later this week. So yeah, first I want to tell something about why I'm here. Of course, for this symposium, but also because of other reasons. In line with this expansion of the collection of the Stedelijk, I applied for a museum grant from the Dutch Scientific Organization. And this grant, which I was awarded last spring, enables me to do research for 1 year, of which an important part will be fieldwork in Central Asia. And this is why I'm here now. My research, which is titled Artist Networks in Soviet and Post-Soviet Central Asia, focuses on the three oldest artists of the donation to the Stedelijk, the Uzbek artist Vyacheslav Akhunov, and the Kazakh artist Lidia Blinova and Rustam Khalfin. Следующий slide. Следующий. As you all probably know, these artists stand at the origin of a new wave of Central Asian art production, an underground parallel culture that broke away from official Soviet art from the mid-1970s. The oeuvres of these artists will be examined in the light of the interaction and relationships with other artists, artworks and ways of thinking that were part of their counterculture, both before and after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. By mapping unofficial and underground networks around these artists and engaging in dialogue with communities of artists and critics who to this day have hardly been heard of in Western museums, this research expects to gain access to information and knowledge created and exchanged with a small group of insiders. And by retelling interconnected stories and reconstructing practices, this research aims to show interdisciplinary, translocal and transnational artistic connectivity in a part of the world where this doesn't seem obvious, at least from an outside perspective. In doing so, this research hopes to contribute to the art history of Central Asia, which has remained largely unknown in the West. Another important aspect of this research on artists' networks in Soviet and post-Soviet Central Asia, and especially in the context of the Stedelijk Museum and its collection, is the link these artists have with the Russian historical avant-garde. Art historians like Yulia Sorokina and Viktor Misiano describe the work of Akhunov, Blinov, and Khalfin as a bridge between the Russian historical avant-garde and contemporary art in Central Asia. And this is because of the networks of these artists expand to an understudied afterlife of the avant-garde in the periphery of the Soviet Union. For example, Blinova was taught by the sculptor Isaac Itkind, a friend of and colleague of Marc Chagall, who was exiled to Kazakhstan. Galfin studied in Leningrad at the studio of Tatiana Glebova and Vladimir Sterligov, students of Kazimir Malevich and Pavel Filonov at Inkhuk. And Akhunov was in contact with archaeologists, artists, and avant-garde collector Igor Savitsky. Furthermore, the three protagonists of this research have links to other artists like Alexander Volkov, Sergei Kalmykov, Alexander Nikolaev, also known as Usto Mumin, and others, who all came to the Soviet East for various reasons. Akhunov, Blinova, and Galfin in turn were heavily involved in the formation of younger generations of artists in the region as teachers and mentors, and thus they had a key position in bridging these artist networks and art histories. Yeah, right. I just started this research 2 months ago, so I only have some impressions, and right now I'm very much drawn to the fact that next to the avant-garde, which is visually and conceptually very much present in the works of these artists, the discipline of archaeology seems to play an important role in the formation of Akhunov, Blinova, and Galfin. And through archaeology, these artists seem to have been able to reveal thoughts or rather ways of thinking that were forbidden, restricted, or simply not desirable within Soviet ideology. From the late 1970s onwards, Akhunov, Blinova, and Galfin regularly went on archaeological expeditions in Central Asia. Akhunov with his father, who was an artist that made drawings of archaeological findings, and Blinova and Galfin with archaeologist and cult figure Alan Mindoyev. All three artists went underground, both in a literal and metaphorical sense, by digging up underground knowledge and culture and making connections with other ways of living in the past, outside ideological control and censorship. I know I'm not here to only talk about this research. I just wanted you to know why I'm here. Although it seems that this subject doesn't have much to do with the topic of this symposium, I will return to it at the end of my talk and show there are some interesting links. But first, I want to share with you some examples of how artistic projects can become a kind of catalyst for the protection and safeguarding of natural heritage. The examples I will mention come from my own context, the Netherlands. With most of the projects I was involved or have been in contact with the initiators. Before starting with the examples, I first want to say something about the term natural heritage. This concept in itself is also interesting because it sort of dismisses the culture versus nature debate, the dichotomy between them. In natural heritage, nature and culture are no longer two opposed things, they go together. And this breaking of the boundaries of these concepts makes things possible. It opens up ways to look differently at both nature and culture. By looking at nature as heritage or culture, it opens up ways of protection that weren't there before. But what role can art or artistic intervention play? It can become a catalyst that sets things into motion. As it moves through different disciplines without always having to prove, justify, or explain itself, it can actually incite scientific, political, economic, juridical action. The territory of art is more free for experiment and speculation. In this space, things and behaviors can be explored, for which society might not be ready yet. At the same time, it shows these explorations to a public that might get inspired by it. The arts provide a platform for perception and make us question reality. As philosopher Timothy Morton states in his book, The Ecological Thought from 2012, art is the place in culture that deals with reality and unreality, being and seeming. Art's ambiguous, vague qualities help us think things that remain difficult to put in words. Reading poetry won't save the planet. Sound science and progressive social policies will. But art can allow us to glimpse beings that exist beyond or between our normal categories. The examples I will now elaborate on all show how art and artistic imagination dances between binaries and boundaries and incites different kinds of thinking and behavior far beyond the boundaries of art itself. So the first example I want to talk about is the Embassy of the North Sea. The Embassy of the North Sea is an interdisciplinary collective of architects, biologists, designers, artists, scientists, and lawyers. It was founded in The Hague in 2018 as part of the Parliament of Things, which is a speculative research into the emancipation of animals, plants, and things. This Parliament of Things was inspired by an invitation of the French philosopher Bruno Latour in 1991. It is the mission of the Embassy of the North Sea to listen to the sea in all its diversity and to recognize the North Sea as a fully fledged political player. It departs from the starting point that the sea owns itself. With the help of a team of lawyers, the Embassy of the North Sea is now investigating if the North Sea could be seen as an independent legal entity that can make decisions for itself. Through connection, imagination, and representation, it makes political space for sea emancipation. The Embassy of the North Sea listens to and involves the voices of plants, animals, microbes, and people in and around the North Sea. The Embassy of the North Sea stresses that non-human lives are insufficiently and ineffectively represented, jeopardizing the lives of future humans and non-humans alike. They are currently working on a project in which they participate in a competition for a design for a wind farm in the sea. So for wind energy, they are now in the Netherlands. They are building huge windmill farms in the sea. And the embassy states that more requirements must be imposed on wind farm builders and permit holders when constructing wind farms, such as adding hard substrate around the wind turbine, so that it improves habitats for fish and other animals. In a design study, the platform is therefore working on radical perspectives on the underwater world in a wind farm. The team, consisting of a landscape architect, an architect, a sociologist, an aquatic ecologist, a sound designer, and the sound designer designs for the wind farm. Look at the interests of different forms of marine life. And this radical design, partly through appealing visualizations, should function as a source of inspiration and discussion for policymakers, nature organizations, windmill builders, and other stakeholders. Следующий slide. I worked with the Embassy of the North Sea in 2019 as part of Amsterdam Ferry Festival, during which art is exhibited on the public ferries connecting the northern and southern part of Amsterdam. And artist Carmen Chabrak showed her work De Zeemond, which you see here. It's an interactive sculpture to listen to the sea in the form of an air tube of a fish. Следующий slide. Artist Frank Bloem participated in this project also with a scent installation titled Zeelucht, so sea smell, in which he composed different scents of the North Sea, and you could you could walk on the ferry and smell all these different smells, and it was a really nice poetic explanation next to it. Like this, he invited the audience to experience the sea with more than just the eye. Slide. The second example, called Zoop, is called Zoop, which is a combination of the word Zoe, which is Greek for life, and the word cooperation. And it sort of follows similar lines as the Embassy of the North Sea. This project was also initiated in 2018. It was initiated by artist and researcher and historian Klaas Kuitenbrouwer as part of the New Institute in Rotterdam, which is a museum for architecture, design, and digital culture. And this project, Zoop, is an organizational model for cooperation between humans and non-human life that safeguards the interests of all life forms. The Zoop model makes the interests of non-human life part of organizational decision-making. They ask themselves how to make the world habitable in the long term for human and non-human life. Starting point was the climate crisis and the simultaneous ecological devastation happening worldwide. And the effects that which are caused by capitalist economies. That make non-human as well as most human life radically subordinate to the central aim of profit maximization. Zoop wants to form an image of society that is shaped according to different principles. Participating ecologists, artists, designers, financial specialists, philosophers, and programmers explore constitutional and legal, technological, and narrative practices of world building, and also research how various indigenous cultures operate from different qualities of relations between human and non-human life. I think they should also do a research into maybe shamanism or Tengrianism, if I say it right, what Jana talked about. Just like the Embassy of the North Sea, Zoop studies the possibilities of legal personhood also. So legal personhood of non-human entities like rivers or trees. So a river that can make decisions about itself. So it owns itself. So there's no one else that can impose things upon this river or this tree. And they do this now with the help of one of the most renowned legal firms in the Netherlands. So this artistic research now has caused this very prestigious legal firm to actually investigate the possibilities of this non-human legal entities. The Zoop model is designed to be applicable by a wide variety of organizations and also internationally. Very different organizations can become Zoops as long as they have agency over a certain volume of biosphere. It can be a piece of land, a building with a garden, a part of a city, a forest, a park, a lake, a pond, coastal waters, etc. A hotel, a school, sports club, a business resort, energy company, municipality, farm, or other organizations becomes a Zoop by starting or joining a cooperative according to specific rules and with the Zoonomic Foundation as a co-member with voting rights and voice in the board. If you want to read more about the Zoop and how to become a Zoop, I can highly recommend you to visit their website. At the end of the presentation, there's a list with websites you can visit. The third example is, another good example is Land Art Flevoland. Land Art Flevoland. I worked on several projects for this small organization that is dedicated to bringing the monumental landscape artworks in Flevoland, a province in the Netherlands that was created in the 1950s. So this province is only 70 years old now, before it was the sea. So the Land Art Flevoland is a foundation that brings the attention of these works to a broad public. Some background, so it was created in the 70s, this province, and then in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, the municipalities within this new province thought they also needed culture because everything was so new. So they commissioned artists from the Netherlands and abroad to do very big landscape works, for which the term land art is known. Here you see the Green Cathedral. It's a cathedral made, or it's like the Cathedral of Reims, the floor plan. So a very famous Gothic cathedral in France. And he replaced like all the columns with trees. So it really, if you walk in there, it actually really feels like a church. And I actually got married in this church in 2017, 4 years ago. But back to Land Arts Flevoland. So they want to promote and bring the attention to these works to a broad public. And this is done through the organization of bus tours, a land art weekend, and a performance program, which is called Land Art Live. They also published a book recently, and they cooperate with organizations and people within Flevoland, within the province, and beyond. And they look for collaborations which are sustainably involved in landscape art. In addition to Land Arts Flevoland's public function, they are also focusing on strengthening the preservation of the land artworks by establishing partnerships between the owners of the artworks, which are the 5 Flevoland municipalities and 3 nature organizations. The artworks themselves are owned and managed by various parties. I'm not going to name them. It's all Dutch names, so different municipalities, but also the Forestry Commission and an organization called Nature Monuments. The artworks bring all these different parties together to coordinate maintenance and activities. And these activities, which are initiated by different parties, are often around ecological themes. We are now doing research for a project that is a collaboration between the artist Marinus Boesem at his Green Cathedral and bees, and how to involve the local community to make this happen, because they should participate by planting flowers and trees as food for the bees. Like this, you see how an art initiative can spark a lot of involvement and awareness for ecology. The next example is Compromis. Compromis was a project which I initiated in the north of Germany in the summer of 2019. It was a collaboration with Dutch artists Susie van Staveren and Bernice Nauta. The project revolved around the concept of compromise. All interaction, collaborations, and relationships are based on compromise. Compromise is inescapable, but often considered a weakness. The participants of this project saw compromise not as failing, but as a quality that acknowledges the agency of others and other things. The project played, tricked, and stretched opposites and tried to shake up a worldview based on dualism, competition, opposition, demarcation, and appropriation. In the collaboration with Susie van Staveren and Bernice Nauta, we try to let go of pretensions to mastery over our decisions and the materials we use. It was rather a mediation between the material, the audience, the real, and the imaginary. For this project, we worked together with different stakeholders in the area, with industrial dairy farmers that also partly financed the project, local biodynamical farmers, local carpenters, and foresters. All came together around the art and engaged in conversation, while before they had only been opposites who were unable to understand each other. We also invited a Polish tree beekeeping organization for a workshop for local beekeepers. Their organization, called Fratrum Melicidarum, which is like fraternity, honey fraternity, tries to keep an ancient Eastern European traditions of tree beekeeping alive. They make beehives in living trees, which simulate natural beehives. This tradition and these beehives are considered intangible heritage according to UNESCO, and because of this, the forests they work in become protected as well. As part of the project, together with Fratrum Melikidarum, the local beekeepers, the artist, and me, myself, we made a collaborative work in the local forest in northern Germany, of which you see an example here. So you make a beehive in a living tree, and the tree keeps on living, and the bees can have their hive in there. The last example I want to mention is a project by Susie van Staveren, one of the artists that was also participating in Compromis. Slide for us. It can also be considered an extension of Compromis. This last project with the work title Life Compensation Lottery is still in the research phase. For this project, Van Staveren works with the organization Cargo in Context. This project will consist of a lottery of which the main prize is to win a CO2 compensation of your whole life. The expected carbon footprint of the winner will be calculated as accurate as possible in collaboration with different scientists and compensated by means of restoring a peat landscape. Peat landscapes, you see it here on the picture, are typically Dutch landscapes. They can be compared to swamps, but they can store a lot more carbon or CO2 than a forest, for example. So it's really important to keep these peat landscapes. But they are in danger in the Netherlands because of global warming. But there have been some successful restoration projects already. The piece of peat landscape that will be restored for Van Staveren's project will also at the same time become a land art piece, for which you will have to cooperate with municipalities, farmers, the Forestry Commission, and nature monuments. The goal of this project is to make the total carbon footprint of one person visible and tangible for a broad public. In doing this, Van Staveren critically explores the idea of debt compensation, monetizing ecological issues, and buying off your guilt with money, like when you buy a ticket, an airplane ticket, and you pay a few euros for a CO2 compensation. But is this really enough? Slide. So, yeah, in conclusion, all these projects show different artistic practices. They show that artistic practices function as a binding factor between different disciplines and different human and non-human stakeholders. Art can become a catalyst that sets things into motion in society, science, politics, ecology, and law. The territory of art is more free for experiment and speculation. In this space, things and behaviors can be explored for which society might not be ready yet. At the same time, it shows these explorations to a public that might get inspired by it. Art provides a platform for perception and makes us question reality. Art can allow us to glimpse beings that exist beyond or between our normal categories. Art and artistic imagination dance between binaries and boundaries and inside different kinds of thinking and behavior, far beyond the boundaries of art itself. Like when I heard Jana talking about shamanism, I also thought maybe it almost would be the same definition. Yeah, slide here. Oh, the websites, but they are white because I don't know what happened. Maybe you can make them black in PowerPoint. Okay.
Выделите веб-сайт.
Да, можно, yeah, and then. No, the letters.
It's a big secret.
No, yeah. No. So this is the background, but it should be the letter.
Almost invisible.
Okay.
Как-то подсветить другим цветом.
Да.
Возможно.
Ну, вот он попытался.
Выдает.
Okay, let's go to the last slide, and I can send. Oh yeah, I can share the websites later, and maybe also in the chat of the. If you copy paste them and put them in the chat, the people can also find it. And then I would like to go to the last slide.
На последний
Следующий slide. Yeah, so about the Central Asia, about your context here, looking at the discussed examples, there could be an embassy of the Kazakh steppe maybe, or a zoop for the severe apple. There could be land art projects, or maybe even a life compensation lottery here in Kazakhstan. I know there are several existing initiatives in Kazakhstan already that combine art, science, and climate issues, like for example, Artcom, and also this research project, which Jana presented. During my stay here, I would love to learn more about local projects and initiatives. I think there's also a clear ecological link with the donation of art from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan. And my research into some Galvin, Lida Blinova, and Vyacheslav Akhunov, of whom I talked about at the beginning of this talk. And during my stay, I will further dive into their ideas of nomadism, shamanism, the relationship of the body with the landscape, and archaeology in their practice. I'm very curious about the role of archaeologist Alan Medoyev in this matter also. And I would love to learn from you about this. And please let me know if you have any suggestions. Следующий slide. Thank you very much for listening. Спасибо большое. And this is my email address, which is visible, luckily, if there are questions or if you want to share anything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Unfortunately, we cannot see the website link, but I think it would be possible to copy this and send through the Zoom system to participants.
That would be great.
Yeah. And do you have any question
Yes, I have.
to lecture?
Yes, I have.
Yes, please.
Thanks for your presentation. It's interesting for me how you find these artists and why you chose these three persons. I mean, Akhunov, Blinova, and Khalfin. Firstly, how you find them firstly and why?
I did some research. I visited Kazakhstan in 2018 and Uzbekistan in 2016 already, and then I learned about these artists. And at that time, I still studied art history and Russian and Eurasian studies. So I always sort of combined Slavistics or Russian studies, Eurasian studies with art history. So I visited the Kastev Museum. I saw works by Galvin. I read about Akhunov because his work is not on public view at the moment in Kazakhstan. And in 2019, I started working at the State Museum, first in the library and archives. And they asked me to come work there because I can read Russian, and they have a big Russian collection also in the library and archive, and so that I could do research and also help other researchers. And this was only for 2 days a week. And then next to that, I worked as a freelance curator, and I organized, or I did a collaboration with a cinema, where we each month we did a video art program in the cinema. And in the beginning of 2020, I, together with my co-curator, we programmed a program with video art from Central Asia. And then I came into contact with these artists again, and we showed Love Races of the Northern Barbarians by Galvin, also works by Saudat Ismailova, by Almagul Milibaeva, by Meldy Bekov, and some more. And I was in direct contact with the artists, but because of some like practical issues, that I was also in contact with Aspan Gallery because they had to send, they had the high resolution file. So, and then we stayed in contact, and then they found out that they also worked at the Stedelijk, and then they asked me, can we do a donation proposal to the Stedelijk? But then I was still only working at the library. Sorry, it's a long story.
I see.
I was working at the library, so they sent a donation proposal to the director, and then the director said, whoa, very interesting, but I've never heard of any of these artists. Then it went to the main curator, then to another curator, and then it went on and on. Nobody knew anything, but everybody found it interesting, and then it ended up on my desk again because they knew that it came through me. And then I did research, and then we made a selection, and then this donation came about of 22 artworks by 13 artists. And the 3 oldest artists of this donation are Agunov, Galvin, and Blinova. And also their connection to the Russian avant-garde is very interesting for the Stedelijk. Because they have a big avant-garde collection, and they want, Malevich, yeah, and through Sterligov, and yeah, so they want to tell different stories with this avant-garde also, and how it has different afterlives in different parts of the world. And also there's a lot of discussion about decolonization at the moment, and how these former Soviet republics in Central Asia can be considered as former colonies that go through a decolonial project right now. So yeah, that is sort of, I hope this answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have other question? No? Thank you very much for your report. And now we have time to go to break for lunch. And I think we will start our next session at 1 p.m. 30 in this place. So now I can close our morning session and see you about 1.5 hours later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great.
So we have a break, lunchtime, and we're kindly inviting you to go with us to the hotel. Kazakhstan, you know, it's a very famous building in our city. So, and then I'll be back to start the second part with all EU participants. They are waking up,
Yeah.
and we will have lunch meanwhile.
I'm still
Still
feeling like they're like them.
yes.
All right,
You
right.
just like
Yeah,
this
yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah.
It's so hard.
It's fine.
So you didn't have short time for having some rest?
2 hours.
Excuse me.
Small time, very short.
Можно мы оставим ноут?
Спасибо, отлично. Так, Жанна, мы куда сейчас направляемся? Куда-то или как?
Казахстан.
Свободное время.
Я просмотрела,
вам
прослушала вашу замечательную презентацию, шла по морозу и все это смотрела, слушала. Очень интересно, классно. Надо быстренько за полчасика успеть еще. Здесь очень плохо, что нет интернета.
Вы можете подключаться через Wi-Fi, library.
Они должны получить разрешение.
Us in time. And now we continue our session. As you know, today, in 1st of November this year, we start an international symposium, Contemporary Art and Natural Heritage, which take place in Almaty, in the building of Caspian University, with organization support from the Public Foundation Cultural Dialogue, in partnership with the State Museum of Arts of the Republic of Kazakhstan, named after Kosteyev. This event is supported by UNESCO Cluster Office in Almaty and the National Commission of the Republic of Kazakhstan for UNESCO and ISESCO. In the condition of the global biodiversity loss and other ecological problems, some ideas, hypotheses, and prototypes for solving urgent environmental problems live not only in scientific laboratories, but also in art projects. And in this case, the main purpose of the symposium is combining ideas from two sides, art and science communities, and provide the interaction between art and science in the preservation of natural heritage, wild population of the fruit forest in Kazakhstan. Such interdisciplinary approach to protection and conservation of the ecosystem and biological diversity of the wild fruit forest is one of the ways to involve stakeholders to address climate change, plant migration, and restoration of endangered species. About 1 month ago, we already organized the scientific seminar for discussion and finding the way for solving ecological problems. But today, the most part of the reporters are working in the field of arts and technologies. And today meeting is attended by the interesting team of the specialists. And we already listened the report given Ekaterina Reznikova. She is Doctor of Science and Scientific Secretary of the State Museum of Fine Arts. And also a report of Zhanna Mambetova. She is a Sorbonne researcher and Director of Cultural Dialogue Foundation, and Dr. Robbie Schweiger, Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam, in Netherlands. And in this session, we will continue our work and give a floor to brilliant scientists from the European region. This is, first of all, Clara Runge, Darya Mil, Teza Giller, and Olga Kiseleva. So, and according to our agenda, the first presentation will be given by Clara Runge, and she is curator of the Museum of Art and Media in Karlsruhe in Germany. And Clara Runge, she is a curator of this museum. And since autumn in 2018, she has been involved in several projects and co-curated exhibitions such as Barbara's Lab Hidden Patterns and Omni Vermeil and respective Peter Weibel. And for this and next year, she is currently working on the exhibition in her museum collection, and also in the Gwangju Museum of Art in Korea. So, and now we will listen her talks, her report, titled as Art and Nature, a walk through the ZKM Media Art Collection. So, Clara, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. That's very kind. Good morning, or better, good afternoon to all of you. It's wonderful to be here with you in person, or not in person, but virtually. If I'm allowed, I would like to share my screen, if that's okay, so that you can see some images that I prepared. Okay, so now hopefully you can see the presentation. Is that fine for you?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, then I will just go ahead and start with my lecture. So good morning, or better, good afternoon to all of you in Almaty. First of all, I want to say that I'm really sorry that I'm not able to be there with you in person. I would have loved to travel to Almaty and to see and honor the opening of Olga Kiseleva's solo exhibition. It's quite a pity that it was not possible, but I'm very happy and grateful for the opportunity to speak in this scientific symposium dedicated to contemporary art and natural heritage. As you have heard, my name is Clara Runge. I'm curator at ZKM Center for Art and Media Karlsruhe, and currently I'm working on a takeover of the ZKM collection exhibition with the title Writing the History of the Future to the Gwangju Museum of Art in Gwangju, Korea. So the collection of the ZKM Karlsruhe ranks amongst the largest media art collections in the world. It exemplifies very well the transformation of art in the face of changing technologies, production, reception, and distribution. The exhibition Writing the History of the Future, of which you see the entrance space here on the photo, in spring 2019 in the context of the 30 years anniversary of ZKM, and will be, at least partly, on display until January 2022. The show presents a new model of the development of the arts. Instead of a history and genealogy of styles, the evolution of art since the 1960s is made visible by following the transformation of technical media and the emerging aesthetic and social changes, which offers artists and viewer alike every new options. So the preparation of the exhibition in Gwangju got me wondering about the changing relationship between art and nature, as well as artistic engagement with nature and different materials of nature in the light of changing technologies. If you allow me, I'd like to take you for a virtual walk through the ZKM Media Art Collection to trace this ever-changing development. Of course, in the context of this very short lecture, I won't be able to cover all important historical development steps in detail, but I would like to highlight some signature works of the collection, which, in my opinion, capture very well the idea of this migration of media and the inspiration and significance of nature in artistic practices. So artists not only construct imaginary worlds, they also observe the real world. Observation of nature and the environment has always played quite an essential role in this. Thematically, art and nature have a long shared history. From landscape depiction on ancient Egypt tombs to Roman frescoes and works of the Middle Ages. Especially from the Renaissance onward, nature exerted a special fascination on artists. Whether painting, sculpture, or architecture, nature became a constant as a source of ideas and inspiration in the search of motives and contents. In the 20th century, technical media radically transformed the image, beginning with the then scandalous medium of photography, the depiction of the world by a technical device and not by the artist's hand. Media transformed the entire art, to quote Walter Benjamin. Photography marked the beginning of the production of images by technical means, which caused quite a crisis of painting, in which artists had to look for new orientation in their aesthetic forms of expression. After the first public presentation of the daguerreotype in 1893, the painter Paul Delaroche declared, "Painting is dead, long live photography." But Delaroche believed less in the end of painting than rather that photography would be an important new tool for the artists. So using photography, artists were now able to capture fleeting moments. This was of great importance in the studies of landscapes and fleeting weather moods, as well as natural phenomena. As a tool of observation and study, photography became increasingly important for the painters. The photographic gaze is characterized by immediacy and mathematical precision. These qualities of the medium were considered fascinating because they allow to capture every motive with factual fidelity. This is why, and of course also because of the technical innovations within the photographic process, photography has developed into a widespread, independent artistic medium of expression until today. One artist who perfectly exemplifies this is Thomas Struth. He was born in 1956 in Geldern, Germany, and studied from 1973 until 1980 at the Kunstakademie Düsseldorf. First painting with Gerhard Richter and Peter Kliemann, then from 1976, photography with Bernd Becher. His main interest lies in the so-called precise seeing. In his work groups, he regularly questions the way of how we look at traditional photographic subjects. He subverts visual habits and in this way expands the photographic concept of art. In his series Landschaften, landscapes, of which you see one example here projected, shows the absence of human beings in the countryside. However, it is precisely this absence that indicates their presence and their interventions in the rural environment. Another example I'd like to show you are the photographs Spiral Jetty from the series Aerial View by the artist Albrecht Kunkel. The artist is systematically looking for places which trace the genesis of culture. For example, in his photographs, he shows caves as origin of cognition or aerial views, which depict landscape from bird-eye view and can be seen as an attempt to appropriate land cartographically. Even though he uses a plate camera, which creates images with very high definition, it is not all about the detail. Quite the opposite, actually. In his images, you see what you cannot see. The aerial views that you see here on the screen in the 6-part series do not directly show Robert Smithson's famous spiral jetty created in 1970, although it is the exact cartographic equivalent of this place. But they show a spot on Earth that symbolizes the cultural relevance of land art, a movement that began in the 1960s in the US, in which artworks themselves became landscapes. Spiral jetty, not really to be seen on these photographs, represent the entanglement of nature and culture. And another aspect I'd like to point out here is also Kunkel's appropriation of aerial views, a very common scientific tool for his artistic practice. So not only photography has changed the forms of artistic expression, new media technologies like video and film, computer, sound and light have revolutionized the possibilities of artistic production. Because of the media film, video and computer, the images got liberated from their stillness. These new technologies enabled the era of images in motion, which have changed our aesthetic perception. We cannot perceive film and video works at once. We are confronted with a temporal unfolding of the image sequences. The images that are constantly changing can be combined and multiplied. Video and electronic images create, especially in large-scale projections, the central appearance of a spatial effect. This results in a construction of perspective which simulates reality. A simulation that already began with the illusionism of painting and is increased today with works of virtual reality. Immersive video installations fully engage with the viewer. Another example for the illusionary potential of video works is the work Desert, created by artist Nan Hoover in 1985. As you can see on the video stills, like a mirage, the golden dunes seem to peel out of the dawn. However, the landscape of the desert that is presented here is not a true observation of nature, but a deception. The illusion is only created by a piece of fabric and light. The camera is static and no editing or sound enlivens the scenery either. Only the constant change of light serves as a variable element through which the New York artist makes the passing of time tangible and evokes a subtle play of colors and forms. But one of the most significant changes initiated by new media is certainly the possibility of viewer participation, the possibility of interaction with artworks. With interaction, the conventional concept of the image as something to be looked at changed. It is no longer just about silent contemplation, but also about the invitation to action. The disinterested and pure contemplation, to remember Arthur Schopenhauer, gives way to a joy of exploration and operation. So the border to play became crossed. In closed-circuit video installation, the increased significance of the viewers was already given. Only with the appearance of their body, the work is completed. You can see, for example, in the closed-circuit video installation created by Peter Weibel in 1973, which is shown here on the image. Digital computer-based installations brought the interaction that was already started with the closed-circuit video installations to a next level. Now it is not only about the visual appearance of the viewer's body, but rather about their action. The computer-based installation Les Pissenlits by Edmund Couchon and Michel Pré, created in 1990, is a very good example to illustrate this. Here, a microphone stands in front of a screen that shows dandelions. If the visitor blows into the microphone, as one would blow on a flower, the seed heads of the flowers fly apart. The image of the flower behaves similarly to a real flower. Digital art not only imitates the visual world, but simulates it. Couchon and Brett not only show a visual representation of dandelions, they make the process of nature tangible within the art space. Therefore, Peter Weibel, artistic and scientific chairman of ZKM, artist, curator, and art theorist, attributes digital media a lifelike behavior. For him, it is characterized by three main technical principles: virtuality, variability, and viability. The information of digital art is saved virtually, so electronically or even electromagnetically. Other than painting or analog photograph, it can be changed. A piece of painting or an analog photograph can only be deleted, but digital media is only saved transitorily instead. Its information is characterized by virtuality and variability. If now the form of the information can be changed by the input and then therefore also the output, we recognize that these information systems show a lifelike behavior. This is why Weibel speaks of the viability of the information behavior. Another example for this special type of behavior is the computer-based installation, the interactive plant growing, realized by Christa Sommerer and Laurent Mignognon in 1993. Here, living plants are used as an interface. In a very playful way, the artists confront the real nature with the computer-generated one. The artist duo placed 5 pedestals with different plants in a room. If you touch the plant leaves, now the video is working. So if the visitors touch the plant screens, they are sending a signal to the computer. Depending on the intensity of the touch, the computer calculates the growing of the plants. After some time, as you can see here well on this video, different species of plants appear on the screen. And if you touch the cactus, it just happened quite a minute before, everything becomes deleted and the growing image or the growing process can restart. Sommerer and Mignognon work in the intermediate field of art, science and technology. In this installation, they reflect how the interface between man and machine can be designed. Because the control system is actually one of the biggest challenges of interactive technology. For interactive plant growing, they designed a navigation that is intuitive and user-friendly. At the same time, these works demonstrate that living materials, in this case, different types of plants, have now become a common material for artistic practices. Ecologic Studio, an architecture and design innovation firm specialized in biotechnology for the built environment, is also working with living materials. Actually, they design the living. Co-founded in London in 2005 by Claudia Pasquero and Marco Poletto, the studio has built a unique portfolio of biophilic sculptures, living architectures, and blue-green master plans. For the exhibition Globale Exoevolution, held at ZKM in 2015, which focused on the artistic use of new technologies, they realized a version of Hortus, a large-scale installation that was first shown 2012 in London and is now part of the ZKM collection. Hortus, which is the Latin word for garden, consists of thin PVC tubes and resembles a green, shimmering artificial tree. In this organic closed-loop system, living chlorella algae cultures are carried through. The algae liquid is pumped through the tubes along the trunk into the ground tree, which acts as a photobioreactor. Oxygen and energy from daylight lamps catalyze the photosynthetic process, which allows the algae to grow. For this work, they were particularly inspired by Gilles Clément, a French landscape architect, ecologist, botanist, and entomologist, whose work explores humanist ecology and biological gardening as themes for investigating concepts of wilderness, growth, and decay within artificial practices of gardening. Hortus functions as a miniature lab designed for new technological gardening methods, as well as for close inspection. The participation of the visitors or the viewers is quite crucial in this. They can act as so-called cyber gardeners. By blowing into the hanging hose ends, they supply the system with additional oxygen. They can accelerate the whole process. In this way, an interplay of light, energy, technology, and matter fuses to form a biodigital garden experiment, one that engaged with the renewable resource production and urban self-sufficiency. Of course, the use of these kind of new media, the integration of plants, as we have seen with Christa and Somra Mignognon, and living systems as bacteria, create new challenges for the organization of exhibitions and the collection departments of an art institution. The maintenance of living plants and complex pump systems, such as used in Hortus, is extremely time-consuming and requires a lot of personal resources. So this is an aspect we should also keep in mind in the context of new media installations. But the projects of Ecologic Studio do not only take part in the art space, they also find application in real urban environments. For example, the project Regional Algae Farm, devised for the Swedish region of Österlen, imagines the utility of unique algae-based systems across multiple sites within the region. It is a model which needs testing and feedback from people, so that prototypes can optimally identified as multi-use educational resources related to their living context. With their projects, Ecologic Studio envisions new ways and possibilities for a more sustainable building and living. Given the current climate crisis, their work takes on enormous relevance and urgency. So, as I hopefully could demonstrate in this very short walk through the ZKM collection, new media, photography, film, phonography, radio, television, video, computers, and of course the internet, from which we only have seen quite a small percent today, have redefined the relationship between artists, work, and viewer, as well as our notion of the creative act. Representations of nature have been transformed into an examination of biological processes and scientific research. The artistic work of Olga Kisleva and the exhibition that will open today are a wonderful example for this. Now that a certain amount of overlap exists between the tools of artists and those of scientists, artist studios sometimes resemble scientific labs and the other way around. Artists today are less in search of subjective expression. Rather, their frames of references are social systems and scientific structures and methods. This is the reason for new research areas such as art and science lab and art-based research. The scientification of art has already emerged during the Renaissance, but new technologies are creating now a sort of Renaissance 2.0. This development is continuously traced at ZKM in its research projects, in its exhibitions, but also in its collection. The perpetual examination of artists with the prerequisites and possibilities of new media, as well as their referencing political and social issues, are a main focus of the ZKM collection, because artists are writing the history of our future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clara, for your presentation and sharing with us ideas and share with us also some part of your work and your impressions. But now I would like to give a floor to our next presenter. This is Daria Mil. She is also curator of the same museum in Karlsruhe in Germany, and the title of her presentation will be On the Way Towards I'm sorry for my pronunciation. Museum.
From a circular.
Yes, you're right. Sometimes
it's a neologism, so no problem with this.
Yeah. So, and Daria is currently a curator and research associate in this museum in Karlsruhe. And her research interests focus especially on the topic related to the intersection of art, science, and technology, as well as cultural and artistic implications of digitization. Most recently, Daria Mil has been a member of the curatorial committee of the exhibition Critical Zones, Observatories for Earth Politics, and created and co-curated, among other, following exhibition like Negative Space, Trajectories of the Sculpture, and Art in Motion, and many other. So she has been giving lecture internationally, and also she is author of several scientific essays and other publications, and is a member of various juries. So Daria, I like your name because, you know, this is really Eurasian name, because name Daria actually very often using in Iran, in Kazakhstan, in Central Asia, in Russia, in Europe, everywhere. So very nice name. So floor is yours, and please give us your report.
Yeah, thank you so much for this introduction, and I would like at first to express my deep gratitude also to Zhanna Mambetova and to all the organizers of this conference. So Clara and me, we work in the same museum, but Clara's presentation was mainly focusing on the works from our collection, and I would like to present as case study probably one of our temporary exhibition that is still running at the ZKM. It has been extended several times due to the corona pandemics because not so many people have seen it, and it's still running till the 9th of January. And the title of this exhibition is Critical Zones, Observatories for the Earthly Politics. I will start sharing my screen. So this exhibition was initiated by the French sociologist, anthropologist, and philosopher Bruno Latour, and was curated by him and Peter Weibel, the CEO of the ZKM, as well as further curators from the ZKM here in Karlsruhe. And this exhibition is a result of a long-term engagement of Bruno Latour with the topic of political ecology and anthropology of moderns, and it engages in depth with the critical state of the Earth in times of dramatic ecological transformations. Especially his books, Facing Gaia and Down to Earth, Politics in the New Climatic Regime, support this exhibition conceptually. In his book Down to Earth, Latour considers the ecological crisis of the Anthropocene as a fundamental crisis of modernity. The crisis was entrenched in a definition of the world that is abstract and unrelated to its material conditions. So it is crucial for Latour to develop the cartography of a new territory that remains both local and worldly. He pleads for a politics that is neither globalist nor nationalist, because these are like two ways that lead to not a productive, so to speak, relationship with our territory, but rather earthbound. So he pleads really for this terrestrial policy. And he speaks also in this book about the new climatic regime in analogy to ancien regime, because all spheres of our life and politics are now connected to the climate catastrophe that is happening at the moment. So the starting point of this exhibition is an attempt of a shift in the perspective and the question of a need of a new politics of the Earth on a planetary scale. Questions that underpin the exhibition are like, on what territory do we need to land after the modernity, how to describe this territory, and how to become terrestrial and aware of the manifold entanglements that shape the world we are living in. What policies should be pursued that the Earth remains habitable in the future. And here on the slide, you see this iconic photograph of the so-called blue marble, Earth shown from several thousand kilometers in a distance from the space, and showing our territory like a very distant image. We don't have this image in our senses. We experience our territory always from where we are situated. We experience this from within. And this is the starting point, basically, of the exhibition, to change the perspective from this view from outside to the view from within, to the view from within this territory, which is shaped by relationships between human and non-human entities. So here I would like to demonstrate also this change from the understanding of the globe as an astronomical body distant to us and mechanical, and first of all that can be controllable, to this image of the critical zone as the representation of our territory that is basically very thin and fragile, and this kind of membrane that is on the surface of the globe. And here you see this picture. If you take out the globe, so to speak, then only this thin membrane of several kilometers thickness will stay. And this is something that the geoscientists call critical zone. It denotes Earth's permeable near surface layer from the tops of the trees to the bottoms of the groundwater. It is a living, breathing, constantly evolving boundary layer where rock, soil, water, air, and living organisms interact. And we live and we are embedded in the dynamic processes of this fragile and highly reactive skin of the Earth, in which all life has evolved and created the conditions for sustaining life. So here you see another still from an animation that was developed for the exhibition. And in this animation, we have another view of a critical zone, not view of a nature that is kind of, in our imagination, probably very stable and static, towards understanding of our territory as a manifold relationships between living and non-living matter, between different entities, between humans, non-humans, and also probably technical entities. And first of all, this kind of new territory is defined by different cycles that are happening there, by biological, by geochemical cycles, for example, that are very dynamic and forming the critical zones. And paradoxically, there is no shared representation of this new understanding of the territory. And one of the main tasks of the exhibition is to basically to create this shared representation of new understanding of our territory as a critical zone. So the starting point was also scientific collaboration with a critical zone observatory, because there are scientific observation stations existing across the world that form also networks where different scientists from different disciplines are collaborating together. And here you see kind of diagram representing which disciplines are collaborating in the critical zone observatories, like ecologists, geologists, biologists, hydrologists, geochemists. Yeah, so all these disciplines collaborate again together to understand how our territory is shaped by these processes and also what kind of influence do humans have on this territory. Critical zones, it's already a fourth so-called thought exhibition by Bruno Latour that takes place at ZKM. And the concept of the observatory, it comes also from this scientific collaboration, and we collaborated with the Critical Zone Observatory from Aubure. It's a small village in Alsace that is kind of 150 kilometers here from ZKM. And two French architects, Alexandra Arène and Sohail Khatmi-Baba, had a residency there and collaborated very closely with the scientists also to develop this installation that you see at the moment. This is the installation that visitors see when they enter the exhibition, and it represents the territory of this Critical Zone Observatory and the scientific stations that are there in a new way. This landscape is not a park, but you see here like this landscape shaped through measurements, through scientific data, and through different processes that take place there. The concept of the observatory, it's also expands into a philosophical and societal question about which modes of reorientation can be developed in times of the new climatic regime. This concept of observatory points also towards a different kind of sensitivity and attitude with regard to all the life forms that co-inhabit the critical zone. And as the Latin etymology of the term reminds us, observare not only means to observe, but also to look after, to take care, and to esteem. So the focus of the exhibition is the question of what policies we should pursue so that Earth remains habitable to us. And here we also follow not only the scientists of the critical zone, but also, for example, Alexander von Humboldt, who saw that in nature everything is connected, and also the groundbreaking scientific research of James Lovelock, who was originator of the Gaia hypothesis, and also of Lynn Margulis, its co-developer. Lynn Margulis' research and her theory of the symbiotic planet in particular are highly topical points of reference to create common ground via new forms of coexistence and politics. So I won't really focus on the physical exhibition. I will just show you some pictures because I would like to more focus on one of the projects that is part of the exhibition, because they're like Orchard Meadow is the main protagonist. There are 6 chapters in the exhibition, and for example, this is the chapter We Live Not Where We Are, Ghost Acreages, where the topic is like more defining of borders of the states where we live, and territory more in opposite to its territory where we take our resources from. So this work, for example, by Julian Charrière, Future Fossil Spaces, shows columns that consist of salt blocks and lithium brine that was extracted in Salar de Uyuni, and it's a place where now extraction takes massively place. Lithium is extracted, and lithium is kind of main, of course, as you all know, main element to build electro batteries for new mobility. So I just jump through the photographs of the physical space to give you an impression of the exhibition. And then I land in the chapter that is called Becoming Terrestrial. And in this chapter, art science and the knowledge of communities come together, and we commonly initiate a search movement for what it means to be earthbound, what it means to be folded and involved in the manifold and interrelated transformation processes that take place in the critical zone. How can we live together, and how do we want to live together in the future? And we need to create a common ground for action within the critical zone in order to reorient ourselves toward this new scientific knowledge. Also, this chapter of the exhibition is a place where we planned a lot of workshops and meetings in the physical space with local initiatives. We collaborate within the exhibition a lot with, for example, local sections of Greenpeace, of Scientists for Future, and further civil initiatives that investigate kind of similar topics that the exhibition is about. And here we also showcase the project that has been developed by Stéphane Berlet-Bottero. It's a French artist and environmental engineer, and his project's title is Notes Towards a Permacircular Museum. That's why I also kind of borrowed it for the title of my presentation, because I would like really to focus on it. So permacircularity, it's a concept coined by two Swiss scientists in dialogue with Native American educators. And the term is built up by permanence, like a long-term vision of permaculture, and circularity, which means non-linear circular visions of non-growth economies of production. And this kind of permacircularity, it's a concept that can inform and redesign institutions. In sustainable economics, permacircularity advocates resizing organizations and institutions in balance with Earth systems, while also retooling knowledge and practices towards planetary reparation. The starting point of this question was, can an exhibition where we speak about critical zone as a new territory, where we speak about new climatic regime and Gaia, can this exhibition reflect on its own trace? The first step of the project was mapping of the exhibition greenhouse effect. And as a result of this process, this cartography drawing was created by Stéphane, which basically shows the greenhouse effect of the whole exhibition. To map its atmospheric existence, one must consider an exhibition as a more than human ecosystem. From fossil fuels burned for the travels of curators and artists, to the materials used in commissioned works, and also to hydrofluorocarbon leaks in the museum's cooling system, the entire network of material dependencies is examined here. Also at the end, we have like number of tons of CO2 that has been used to create and run the exhibition. Of course, it's only an approximation because the exhibition was constructed and the montage, for example, took place during the Corona time, so we couldn't really give exact numbers of like how many flights and how many artists would come to the setup, but this is kind of estimation, approximation that gives a good, probably, good feeling of what a big exhibition also means in terms of environmental footprint. The calculation of the greenhouse effect caused by the making of critical zones reveals the blind spot of cultural discourse on the Anthropocene. The cartography drawing describes or transcribes this exercise in environmental footprinting and the multiple data gathered during the investigation. It refers to atmospheric maps, but also to age-old practices of indigenous people that signify a space for speculation and healing. Understanding the exhibition's contribution to the combustion of the world opens a reflexive observatory from where a pathway to action may be invoked and taken. The second step of the project consisted in generating a series of environmental restoration works, such as, for example, regenerating an abandoned fruit orchard in Karlsruhe. Like fruit orchards or orchard meadows, it's a very traditional agroforestry ecosystem in the south of Germany. And particularity of it is that it's a hotspot of biodiversity, and also a place or like ecosystem that has been created by humans and that is very dependent on human care. And you can basically see here not really natural ecosystem, but an ecosystem that was created by humans, and that is a human cultural, so to speak, ecosystem. Here we also planned to have different workshops together with our audience, and so to speak, also to close this gap between between activities in the museum and activities outside of the museum and its audience. But due to Corona, it was not possible to engage people from the local community to work with us in the Orchard Meadow, so that basically the ZKM staff took care of it. And we are now renting this Orchard Meadow for 5 years and take care of it as ZKM staff. We are doing it at the moment as our working times. And it's kind of also interesting reflection on how museum can take care not only of its objects or like of the cultural heritage, but also of the natural heritage, how museum can expand its care also on the ecosystems that are surrounding it. Because of course, in the times of the new climatic regime, we cannot only think of purpose of cultural institution only of preserving like cultural heritage. Here we'd like just to show you also some images that of different actions that already took place in the orchard. For example, this was the first action, performative action by Stéphane Villers-Bottéreau and by another artist, Carmen Boyer, before the first pruning course in the orchard, and it was for the employees of the ZKM. So we all went there together and had after that a pruning course in the orchard. So here I would like also to show some pictures of fruits that were harvested there. We have the mirabelles, we have the pears, we have the, for example, apples. And of course, it's an ecosystem also that is economically not very rentable. That's why also there are a lot of abandoned orchards in the South Germany, because it has like really old sorts of fruit trees on it, and they are not always very tasty, like according to the contemporary taste, or like sweet. They're smaller and not very standardized in size, and that is something also that makes it difficult, like to make it to find a lot of people who would take care of it. But one of the positive developments also took place this year, because at least in the South Germany, in Baden-Württemberg, in the federal states, meadow orchards were recognized as cultural heritage. Here you see like sizing workshop on the meadow orchards, and also kind of 2 weeks ago we had produced ourselves this juice out of the fruits that were harvested there. So this is also juice. So also like different other projects are connected to the Orchard Meadow, and we have there now an artwork by Andreas Kugel and Open Knowledge Lab from Karlsruhe, who installed their different sensors, and sensors are also installed, for example, in the vicinity of ZKM and in one of the offices of the ZKM. And in the artwork and the museum space, you can see different parameters coming from different sensors, and you can compare, like, for example, CO2 composition of the atmosphere in the meadow orchard at the moment in one of the offices of the ZKM, and from the place that is close to the ZKM. So you have here, for example, this visualization. So we use also, like, try to work with the orchard as also ground where new artistic projects can take place. Also in the Corona times, we had to place a lot of work in the digital, and that's why we have also programs that are running in the digital space, like, for example, guided tours or different artistic and scientific conversations. And this is one of the examples, a walk through the orchard with a representative of the city service of Karlsruhe, with who we collaborate for the orchard, and our art mediator, Barbara Kielbasser. And then also we have series of talks online that are called Terrestrial University, and where we also spoke with Stéphane Vellier-Bottero and about different problematics that are involved in the project. Here, I just wanted also to show you a bit the expanded field in which we are operating. So these are like local initiatives, also the city of Karlsruhe I mentioned, with whom we cooperate for the activation program of the exhibition and also for the orchard. And here also some impression from the activation program of the exhibition. Yeah, thank you very much for your attention. And so I think probably to sum up very quickly, also the project, like it's in a broader sense, of course, we engage now with the question also of how can art contribute to fostering solidarity, ecological becoming, and multi-species caring. And it's a kind of a bit contradictory and at the moment, because this kind of terrestrial turn in art, it happened also together with the globalization in the art industry and together with reliance on abundant fossil energy, cheap flights, and material accumulation. And so the question is, how can institutions reflect their footprint and conditions of production despite being situated in a capitalist context? And can the institutions be trusted to reinvent themselves? And what should the museum of the future be? Well, okay. Thank you. And sorry, it was a bit chaotic, the presentation, but I hope that it was well understandable, and that, yeah, the presentation of the orchard, it's also important for us to promote and to show what we are doing locally.
Thank you very much, Daria. Everything was very good, understandable, and at least for me, I enjoyed your presentation. So, but now we should go further and invite. Thank you very much. And now we would like to invite other to our presenters. This is Sima Reinisch and Teza Giller. The title of the presentation is Online Exhibition Platform Take Me to the River. So one of them is working for the Goethe Institute, and she's head office in Munich, and Teza Giller, she's a program coordinator in Prince Claus Fund in Amsterdam. So floor is yours, and I don't know who will give the presentation. So this is Tessa.
I think
okay.
I'll be starting, and Sima should be joining, but I see she's not logged on yet, so I've just sent her a message. I think it might have to do, we just went into winter time last weekend, so I think there might be some confusion about the time. But I'll just get started, and if she doesn't join, then I'll also take over her part. But thank you very much for the introduction. We're very happy to be here. We've been also involved with Jana's project on the SIEVERS trees as a funding partner in the last years. So we're very happy to contribute our part to this conference as well. As was just said, my name is Tessa Giller. I'm from the Prince Claus Fund in Amsterdam. We're an arts and culture fund that works in majority world countries, where we support artists and cultural practitioners working on critical and socially engaged art practices. Sima, who will be joining me later, as you said, works for the head office in Munich, for the cultural department there. And we've been working together for 4 years around this topic of contemporary art and climate change, really. So it's really an ongoing commitment from our end. So since 2018, we hosted 3 cycles of an open call for culture and artistic responses to environmental change. And through this, we're really looking to support arts and culture projects that are looking at different environmental thematics through a range of disciplines. So we don't have any disciplinary specialism. We really work from everything from photographers to theatre projects to more research-based projects. And across what we call majority world countries, so the global south. So we've done this for 3 years, and in this time we've supported 54 projects from about 30 countries in total. And it's almost €1 million that we've now supported, and this is an ongoing commitment that we're also going to be continuing for the next 3 years. I think in the last years, it's really also picked up globally the interest in how the arts can really offer counter narratives to environmental change and climate justice. So we're very pleased to be able to sort of contribute in our own way. Yeah, so from the 2018 call, once we started getting the first results in, we could really see that this is something that needed to be shared, because all our projects, when we give them support, they do their project in their own local context, but then that's sort of where it ended at that point. So we didn't have a way of bringing everybody together, of showing the results to like a global audience, whereas many of these projects, even though they're very localized in their contextuality, they also really speak to a more global narrative. So we started to look at how we could possibly bring together all of these, and we were thinking initially about doing a physical exhibition, but then COVID actually happened, and I think this was for this project specifically a blessing in disguise, which I know is maybe not the best way of putting it, but because of this we really had to rethink about how we were doing this exhibition. So what we ended up doing was working together with a curator, Maya El Khalil, to see how we could make all of these projects into an online space. So this is the Take Me to the River platform, and I'll start sharing my screen now. So this is the platform, and it hosts all of the projects from the 2018 call of the culture and artistic responses to environmental change. And our aim is that in the future, it will also hold from all the 3 cycles, so a total of 54 projects. Many of these are still in implementation now, so once they're completed, we'll start to gather them together and sort of add them to this to the platform. So the curatorial concept is sort of split into 5 different layers of where all of these projects intersected in terms of thematic. So the first is subjective rights, object of abuse, nature prosecutes, humanity sentenced, and emotion to recover. And in the process, so this is the curatorial statement from Maya El Khalil. So the whole the website takes you through all of these different thematics and how the different projects interrelate with this. So there's video work, there's audio work, there's also a lot of documentary photography. Yeah, so here we see some of the projects. I'm just going to check because Sima is now messaging me. I'm afraid she's not going to make it. So she worked very closely with Maya El Khalil on this program. And as you can see, there's quite a lot to go through. There's one project that I specifically also wanted to share with you, which is from Misha Vallejo. So as I said, all of these projects have a very different thematic. This project is by Misha Vallejo, who's a young visual artist who works on the border of on documentary and visual art. In this project, he's worked together with the Quechua people in Sarayaku in the Amazon. And this is a community that he has a very long-standing relationship with. And he, I apologize, I'm a bit off my game because Seema is now not here and she was meant to do this part of the presentation. But as I was saying, he has a long-standing relationship with this community, and it's an indigenous community who have been sort of attacked by oil companies, and their territory is really sort of in danger. And he's worked together with them, so it's very much a collaborative project to document their fight against climate change and sort of the intervention of external people. Within this, he's produced a website, a podcast, a book that showcases all of the work that's done. And the aim is really to sort of amplify the voices of this community so that they can also share the knowledge they have. And I think it was just said also by the presentation in the by the ZKM that these sort of indigenous forms of knowledge or more traditional forms of knowledge and natural sort of how we can protect our natural environment is really something that at a very global scale we have very much to learn from. And in projects like this, it's really a way of sort of showcasing to a much wider audience how we can move forward with that, and how sort of these ideas can be integrated in also a Western civilization or in a West sort of in any kind of community, and how we can all learn together and sort of move forward. Let me just check Seema. Okay. Yeah, so I'm afraid Seema has not managed to make it. She's now in the train, so she won't be able to join us. I mean, yeah, now it's a very short presentation, I'm afraid. Let me just stop sharing my screen. Yeah, so I mean, this is, maybe I can tell something also about the future of this project. So for the last 3 years, we've been supporting this open call for project proposals. After having done this for 3 years, we did an evaluation with the initial year, so the 2018 projects, which are also the ones that you can see on the Take Me to the River platform. And we really talked to everybody to see what it was that they needed more than just financial support, which is what we'd been doing before. And what everybody actually said was that the idea of being able to be connected to this sort of global network of people working on this theme, and to have sort of this peer-to-peer learning. So what we've done now is we've refashioned the open call into a mentorship program, which we launched this year. So it has the same title, The Cultural and Artistic Responses to Environmental Change. And it is a global program again. So we've accepted this year, we had 250 applications to the open call. And we are in this month making the final selection of 12 people who will be joining us in the next year. And this will really be a sort of peer-to-peer learning group. So it's 12 participants who are all sort of, we call them a bit emerging, but I would say it's the first 10 years of career, 10 to 15. Together with 4 mentors who are sort of specialists in this field. And it's an interdisciplinary program. So all of these people will come together multiple times in the year to really delve deeper into how contemporary arts can have an important role to play in the protection and sort of knowledge sharing about natural heritage and climate change and climate justice. So this is something that we're now going to be doing for the next 3 years as well. So it's really from both our ends, from the Prince Claus Fund and from the Goethe Institute, really an ongoing commitment to not only supporting people doing this work, but also to sharing the stories that these people are coming up with. So we'd also be very happy in the coming years that the project on the SIEVERS trees will also be added to the Take Me to the River platform. It's quite sort of an in-depth curatorial project, so I would say that it's a bit harder to show on a screen like this, but if people do have the time, do go and have a look at it, because it does take you through sort of this process of what's happening across the world around this topic. And across a really like a range of disciplines, and yeah. Okay, I'm afraid this is like much shorter than we'd intended because my colleague hasn't showed up. But maybe if there's any questions, I can answer those, and otherwise that would be it.
Yes, colleagues, do you have some questions to Tessa? I have a question to you. I think you have one serious gap in your project. Mm-hmm. You have no any information from the center of Eurasia. I mean, from this region on some rivers. Yeah. For example, in our area, we have even territory region which name it like 7 rivers. In Russian, it's Semirechye, 7 rivers. All of these rivers are going to the Balkhash Lake. And the biggest river is Ili River, which starting in China, in West China, and going through the southeast Kazakhstan to Balkhash Lake. And maybe you will have some plan also to join such information from our region to your project. It would be very interesting. Because people know very well about the Amazon or Nile or Volga River, I mean big rivers, but have no any impressions about Central Asian rivers like Sirdarya, Pamudarya, and Ili River, and Irtysh River, and Ural River, yeah, and many others. So, and my suggestion to you, also join some information to your very nice, very interesting project. During your, yeah, please.
Oh yeah, I think it's actually a very good point. We definitely have our blind spots, and I think you can see within the program that we are also dependent on the applications we get in. And you can see where our network is larger, because the Prince Claus Fund has been working for 25 years, but still there are certain regions where our work is more known, we know more people, which means our reach is bigger, and we would get more applications from. And I think sort of the Central Asian region is definitely somewhere where we have done less in the past, so we would very much welcome also in the future. I think it's it's a good also reminder for us to do our extra scouting in regions where we have less of a network. I think we were also very pleased when we got Yana's project in, because it was for us really also the first time within this open call to get a project that really fit the criteria of what we were looking for. So yeah, hopefully we can fill it up. But I think you're quite right in saying that it's quite heavy on certain regions and less so on others.
I think it would be nice to meet in Amsterdam when I'm back, also to discuss this.
You're always welcome, definitely. Well, we can probably share our emails later. Yeah, there's a lot going on, and we'll also be bringing people to Amsterdam also within the mentorship program. So there's definitely ways that we could collaborate on that. So
excellent.
Yeah, Tessa and Robbie will attend the exhibition today, and he can share his critical comments with you. Nice. And probably our case will be the one that deserve the place on your platform.
Yeah, definitely. No, we'll definitely start looking how we can start incorporating it. Brilliant. Lovely. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for your interesting presentation.
And apologies again.
Yeah, and now we should go to the next presentation. So the next speaker is Olga Kiseleva. She's a professor of the Sorbonne University, and She is one of the important person in international art and science field because he approaches her work as a scientist first. And she calls upon collaboration with exact sciences, biology, and geophysics. And she proceeds with experiments, calculation, and analysis while strictly respecting the method of the scientific domain. And Olga Kiseleva has had a major exhibition in Modern Art Museum in Paris, in Helsinki, and in Madrid, and in Bilbao, in Moscow, and in Istanbul, and Venice, and in many other cities. I'm happy also because I met her in the Paris, and we have a rather long talk about different aspects on the science and arts in center of the Paris near the UNESCO office headquarters. And also I met her in Almaty, and it was very interesting talks also. But now I would like to give her a chance to present her presentation, which is titled Art Project Eden and its cases around the world. So please, Olga, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's fine, everything is working, you can hear me?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Everything is working, you can hear me?
Yes, we can see you and listen.
Yeah, so thank you very much for this introduction, Roman, and thank you very much to all people, organizers, and all colleagues present here for this symposium. I'm very happy it's finally happened. It should be like maybe 5 years since we spoke together for the first time, Roman, about the possibility to build this project in Kazakhstan, and finally I'm very, very happy it's on, and we are here discussing on such a high level about all problematics concerned with this topic. So the project we realized in Kazakhstan is in fact just a part, a kind of branch of a big tree, which is the Eden project. As I created as an artist, and I'm working on since more than 10 years with, of course, my laboratory in Sorbonne, but also several laboratories all around the world, and also colleagues, artists, creator, philosopher, intellectuals, to start this presentation, I propose we watch together a short video presenting and explaining the Eden project. If you can give me possibility to share my screen, I will show you the video. Can I share my screen? Looks like I can. So,
Eden represents an artistic utopia, assuming that extinction, despite its supposedly definitive and irreversible characteristics, can be revoked thanks to the advancement of contemporary human civilization. Eden starts in 2013 after the restoration of the elm of Biscarrosse, a tree located in the center of the French town of Biscarrosse that died a victim of the Dutch elm disease, a pathology responsible for the disappearance of most elm trees in the French landscape. After this happened, we were invited to create a monument to commemorate the elm that held a very important place within the town's identity because of its long history of more than 600 years. When we started the preliminary works for the realization of this commission, we contacted the elm specialists of the INRA, the Institut National de la Recherche Agronomique, and by exchanging a dialogue with them, we developed a project that articulated scientific research and artistic creation. Working closely with the team of researchers, we were able to mix the genes of the elm of Biscarrosse with genes of the Siberian elm to create a new variety of elm resistant to the Dutch elm disease. We then planted them in the same place the old tree was, articulating it with an aluminum sculpture, creating a monument using biotechnology as a means for artistic creation. Ever since the restoration of this particular elm, we have been working together with the INRA to restore the elm forests, which are now close to disappearing from Southern Europe. Our project became well known, and our interdisciplinary team received invitations from different parts of the world to work on different species of trees. Thanks to these numerous commissions, with the team of researchers, we developed a series of sensors and captors that allow us to perceive and to understand the communications the trees exchange with their environment in the form of molecular emissions, electric or sound signals. Then we worked with Orange Telecom and with the Institute of Applied Ecology to create an adapted network to vehicle what the trees communicate. Thanks to this technology, we were able to work on different species around the world, such as the Apharsamon, an ancestral tree extinct for more than 2,000 years, which we were able to bring back to life in the Negev desert in Israel. The Bodhi Julian, a very important tree within the Buddhist symbolism in the glory palace of the Forbidden City of Beijing. The indigenous species of Kauri, Rimu, and Totara in New Zealand that hold a very important place in the early history and culture of the Maori. We also worked with different cedars, from the Chateaubriand cedar, a remarkable tree, a part of the garden in the Cartier Foundation in Paris, to the Wollemi pine, an ancestor of cedar trees which has been isolated in the Australian Blue Mountains for several thousands of years, that we connected through a network to the Chateaubriand cedar, along with Japanese cedars living in their natural environment. As such, the Wollemi pine can gather knowledge on the contemporary world and environment from its descendants. By working on this project, and thanks to the sensors developed by the scientific team of the INRA, we implemented different approaches to communicate and interact with the trees connected to our network. Thus, we can monitor what the trees are communicating, and we can then determine if there is any need for an intervention in order to preserve the tree and its environment. In the first place, we established the tree-to-network communication, a type of exchange with the tree that perceives the messages which the tree is sending into our central network to then translate them into messages comprehensible by humans. In the second place, we established the tree-to-tree communication that allows us, thanks to the network we developed with Orange Telecom, to connect trees across continents and across species, so that they can communicate with each other in case one of the species can learn something from a different tree that can be useful for its survival and preservation. As a result of these scientific explorations, we were able to take the data gathered from the trees and translate it into different types of art forms. Dynamic linguistic transcriptions of the communications from the trees were created with local trees for the Guangdong Museum of Art in Guangzhou, for the Cartier Foundation in Paris, for the Perth Institute of Contemporary Arts in Australia, for the Negev Art Museum, and for the Pompidou Center in Paris. Sound installations based on the amplification of the sound generated from the circulation of sap were created in collaboration with the Institute of Applied Ecology and with BioArt Society for the Roe Contemporary Art Biennale. In New Zealand, we collaborated with the Maori community, the Auckland University of Technology, and with the Auckland Philharmonic to build a musical performance created from the analysis of the communications coming from a kauri tree. The most complex and impressive art experience we have developed until this point is the in situ installation we presented in Japan for the Echigo Tsumari Art Triennale transmitting the communications from the Chateaubriand cedar in Paris, as well as the Japanese cedar and Woolly pine, in real time in the form of light signals that create a 3D light installation. Eden takes the experience and the information from the scientific research and transforms it into an artistic proposal, allowing humans to fully comprehend the experience of the tree. The artistic exposition constitutes the ultimate expression of scientific exploration by the translation of data into an experience which humans can immerse themselves into and understand what the trees communicate with their environment.
So from this many years experience, different conclusions are coming. The first one is through art and science, we really are able now to help to stop the biodiversity destruction. Maybe not completely stop it, but slow it very much. And if we add the educational work and work with political structure, maybe really we can stop it definitely. As you can see, we not only stop it, the destruction of some species, but even managed to bring back some species which was already disappeared. And the second conclusion is it is not only science who can help us to manage the relation with nature. What is very important also, it is the ancestral indigenous knowledge which we discovered while working in countries like Brazil or New Zealand or Australia, where this knowledge is very well kept by indigenous population, who still can communicate with trees as we do through our scientific sensor, but they can do it without any scientific material, because they still remember how it works, and they still remember we are all a part of the same civilization, and we are also a part of the nature. So in this state of knowledge, if you can say like this, we arrived in Kazakhstan to work with apple trees, and especially with the first apple trees, which is the mother of all apple trees in the world, the SIEVERS tree. You already heard Jana and other speakers explaining the role of this tree, the situation, and why we was invited to help with this artistic, scientific, but also political work to save this tree, which is very endangered now. And when we started our work in Kazakhstan, of course, with very strong scientists from Kazakhstan, and with the whole scientific and cultural community, we realized that Kazakhstan was also a very strong place of this ancestral futurist knowledge. Thanks to their tradition and philosophy to being together with the nature, which is still, unfortunately, alive in Kazakhstan. So what we realized, particularly in Kazakhstan, it was not one, but two branches of the project. One was the scientific work with apple trees, and you can see a small part of this result in our very first presentation in Kastiev Museum, which will open just after the symposium. And the second part, it is bringing back and promotion of this ancestral knowledge and the way of being together with nature we discover in Kazakhstan, and we would like to bring also out of Kazakhstan and teach it all across the world. So in the frame of the second branch, we realize it a collective work. Eden is a big collective work, and in Kazakhstan we also work it with a huge community of cultural and scientific personality interested by this problem of saving the apple forest and apple garden in Kazakhstan. And I propose we watch together a very short video which is resuming of this this experience. I will share my screen again. And I will show you the video. Thank you very much again to all scientists and especially artists from Kazakhstan who made possible this creation of this artwork when the music is coming directly from the apple tree. I would like to say as a conclusion, I am very happy with this first presentation, first experience of this Apple project and I hope it will be just the first step to bring in this project all around the world and to cross and to mix in this knowledge and these ideas with the knowledge of other civilization, including the European one, because in Europe we are the native population, the aborigines. We are the keeper of our ancestral traditions, and we don't have to forget and have to make it reborn because it's a little bit forgotten now. We have to take an example from Kazakhstan and other countries from this point of view. So thank you very much to all organizers and participants of this project in Kazakhstan and this symposium. And I hope to see you again very soon in a new context to continue this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olga, for your interesting presentation, especially for the preparation on music and video and ideas. Also, I've enjoyed very much to listen to you and to see this video. But now we should make some conclusion section in our seminar, and I would like to ask participants who wants to say something in the end of our meeting. Do you have some idea to talk? Because you are full a lot of ideas. Okay, so let me briefly to go through all of this agenda. So today we listened to several very interesting presentations, at least for me, because I am from the scientific side of this project, and for me it was very fruitful to give some emotions, some ideas, and artistic ideas also, because it helps very much in my own scientific work. And this experience, I think, it's very important for me as a scientist. And we today listened very interesting presentation given by Ekaterina Reznikova. This is comprehension of natural heritage in contemporary art of Kazakhstan. And also it was very interesting summary and ideas which was produced by Zhanna Mambetova in her talk titled as ALMA project in Kazakhstan. And also she said that it was not only there are two parts, two seminars, and there are several parts of this project. One part in field research and field experience. The other part, this is a special seminar from the scientific part of this project. And this second part, second seminar, this is artistic part of this project. And also, it was a very interesting experience given from the Netherlands by Robbie Schweiger from the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam. And in this afternoon session, there are several presentations from the Germany, from Clara Runge, from Daria Mil, and from Tessa Giller, and from Olga Kiseleva. So I think our seminar is very interesting and very fruitful for all of us. And I hope now we're full of energy and full of ideas also, and can continue our work, and especially work in field. For me, as a field research is very important, and I think, and I'm sure that for our artistic people, for our artistic part of this project, it is also very important. And in next year, I hope we will continue such work, maybe within other projects, but we should work together. I mean, scientists, science, and arts. So, and in this case, I would like to say that we should continue our work and say to be healthy in this very complicated period, and good luck in our future work. Thank you very much for everybody.
Thank you. We continue.
Thank you. Now we can close our session. Thank you. Ну что ж, у нас есть время, еще достаточно времени, чтобы добраться теперь до музея. Там 4 часа, да, у нас?
Да, в 4 открытия.